don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 55. I'm Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia, and yeah, I forgot to set up my camera. I was like playing the intro video, that I was like, oh, my camera, I haven't set up my camera. Okay, so the biggest news I think that they put out over the past week, I think is Simon Hedge, the breaking news that the Ukrainian military is actually doing some mutinous things against Zelensky, negotiating behind the scene. I didn't really read the article in detail, so I can't really talk much about it. I read some bits of it, summaries of it. So you guys tell me more. And so I gotta go. Hi everybody. Today is the US timing because yesterday I already informed the Open Mic Speakers Lounge that it's going to not be European timing because yesterday is my mom's birthday, so we are going out to eat. So which means I cannot take a nap. I cannot take a nap means I cannot do European timing because I was working since morning. So I woke up and then here we are. So I'm gonna drop the link to join as per usual. Give me a second. So can you guys hear me? Actually, I forgot to ask after I speak so much. Okay. To join the open mic. Okay, this is the link. Okay. Copy, paste. Okay. For those that are in the main channel, if you want to come on to talk, the link is now pinned to join the open mic YouTube channel's stream. Because the link will be dropped there on the open mic channel. And then, so gonna invite, copy, and then now I'm gonna drop the link to the StreamYard. StreamYard is the app that I'm using to do this thingy, and then the link is now inside the pinned on the open mic channel, and on both Rumble and Discord. Not Discord, on YouTube open mic channel. So I would highly recommend those that have not subscribed to the open mic channel to subscribe to the open mic channel. And I'm not sure though how far the main channel can reach people, because currently the main channel is in jail. The reach for the videos are a bit shitty. So let's see how this goes. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe my video is just not good enough. So it's very common for YouTubers to blame YouTube when their videos are lousy. Okay. Hello. Whoops. Wait, that's why you have no sound. Oh, okay. I hear you.
Live from Bumland.
Oh, you're in Bumland now. So for those that don't know, Vaughn have his own, niche program called the Bumland, in the Telegram groups, and it's very funny. He shows the real side, the ugly side of America, where it's very weird.
Like Dan's, but even more raw. But yeah, if you want to enjoy stuff like that, you got to come on the open mic, and then you can come to the open mic speakers lounge, and then you can go to all the forums and stuff and hang out with all the people you like.
Yep. So have you read the Simon Hedge article? I actually didn't. I only read the article.
I saw like the headlines and a summary of it, but I haven't read the whole article either. But I mean, it's like right now everyone's like, oh, it's bullshit, whatever. But obviously there's probably some truth to it, because the guy's he's usually got something, it may not be exactly right, but it's at least along those tracks. I don't know. I can't remember what he said about the Nord Stream, because, now they're trying to say it was this Ukrainian SBU unit linked to Zelensky, so, I mean, it's kind of one of those things, you don't really ever get the whole truth, but I think he's probably onto something. It just, how much we'll probably find out in like 6 months or a year, like we did with Nord Stream.
Hi, Wayne.
Hey, Wayne.
Hey, guys.
Yo, Wayne.
Oh, come on. I mean, like, everybody knows that Nord Stream was an Exxon Mobil operation.
That makes sense also, That actually makes sense. They have the tools and the equipment to actually do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I keep telling people this, but they keep saying, but only a government could do it. Well, it wasn't the government that built the bloody pipeline.
Yep, true. The government has no means to do anything. It is all outsourced.
A hell of a lot of it is. You'd be surprised at how much. Did you hear we just bought 15 new surveillance planes?
Who?
Canada.
Ah.
Thanks, Loki. I really needed your face in the picture. Sorry, dog.
Well, that's a
good
thing.
Good. Send them down to Mexico's border and help us watch some shit.
You don't know this dog. He is so friendly. He absolutely insists on being everybody's big buddy.
The
Yeah, I know you're an affectionate dog. No, go lie down and give me a few minutes. I had him out 15 minutes ago.
So what's the deal with the planes?
Oh, well, we just bought the top-end surveillance plane, the P-8 Poseidon.
uh,
I mean, you can't get anything better.
No, that means they're definitely getting serious about at least protecting the shorelines or patrolling. At least the Canadian shorelines.
They're serious about a hell of a lot more than that.
Oh, I know, but they're not really going to be lending them out to go play around in the South China Sea.
What do you mean? Our ships are there all the time.
You know what I
We've
mean.
practically been running a conga line through the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. 8 ain't really a whole lot, so maybe 1 or 2 will rotate around there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get your hopes up, Wayne. I wouldn't get your hopes up about Canada annexing the South China Sea yet.
Who wants to? We just want to be able to run our ships through it. That's all.
You know who does.
We just want to be able to run our ships through it. Besides which, you have to understand, Taiwan's a longtime ally and a good friend. So we tend to back them. It bugs me. Everybody, it's all the U.S. or it's all Russia or it's all China. Hell, there's a lot of other countries that have interests and are playing in the game as well. And while some of them may not be huge, well, look at Hamas. Hamas just destabilized a hell of a lot of people, didn't they?
so
With,
easily.
quite frankly, bugger all combat capabilities.
Hi, Nunya.
Maybe kinda. Nunya.
What up?
We are invaded by Canadians.
We come in peace. Ask Denmark.
Yeah. Best war ever.
Yeah.
Or did you hear about that, Wyatt?
What?
Oh, we fought a war with Denmark, lasted 40 years, nobody noticed.
Really? I have
Yeah.
no idea.
Seriously, it only ended last year.
On where? Really?
Look
Between
up,
Canada and Denmark.
Look up Hans Island. Hans. Hans Island, I guess the Danes would call it. But it's a little hunk of shit out in the middle of the ocean that the two governments have been arguing over for decades. And it's basically like a friendly war.
Yeah, once every couple of years, one of our ships would go out there, yank off the Danish flag, plant the Canadian flag, take the bottle of schnapps, leave a bottle of Canadian rye whiskey, and sail away. A couple of years later, they'd do the reverse.
How can you call that a war? Hi.
Well, it was technically an armed conflict.
Let's be honest. It's the Canadian and Danish armies. I don't think either of us can really fight anyone. So,
Well, it's the navies, though. That's where the difference is. The
Hey,
Canadian and Danish navies are both fairly decent.
if my boss's son's watching, bro, I'm on break. It's cool.
That's a good dog. You settle down.
Is this a bad time to do the open mic for you guys?
That works reasonably well. And I tend to be awake at this time of night.
I tend to be fairly stoned at this time of night, so I might nod off. But other than that, I'm good.
I can't get stoned anymore.
I start early in the morning, but usually I start nodding off around 10. I'm like an old man now. I'm like out cold every night at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I just don't get stoned. I smoke too much of the stuff.
I do.
But on the other hand, I don't feel pain either, which is really useful.
Well, there is that, right?
Yeah. Well, hey,
That
believe it or
answers a
not,
lot of
I lost over
questions.
100 pounds because of weed. Because it took the pain away, which meant that I could get up off the couch and actually move.
Whoa. See,
Yeah.
that's why they ban it in in most countries. It's so illegal. It's bad.
There's
It's
a
actually
lot of,
illegal in Singapore. It's still illegal in Singapore.
and I mean, let's look at, like, you look at these pro athletes, right? And what's more harmful for them if they're trying to battle an injury, smoking a bit of weed or getting hopped up on whatever sort of painkillers that they hop them up on, So,
Yeah, been on morphine, been on Oxycontin, been on the whole goddamn works, and quite frankly, not one of them did a damn thing. We did way more and left me in far better shape physically.
Have you tried lean?
Who?
what's that? I don't even
He
know what you're
muted
saying.
himself. Vaughn, you muted yourself. We don't know what you said.
Oh, I said, have you tried lean?
I don't even know what that is.
Never mind.
That's the whole
Probably
point.
some Yankee thing.
Is Vaughn one of these people who still has cable and he still watches commercials and stuff? I come across them every now and then, and they start talking about commercials and stuff, and I said, geez, I haven't seen a commercial in 20 years.
Same thing here. I don't have a
saw it
TV
when I
at
watch
home
football.
since 15 years at least.
Oh, yeah. I'm more than that. I've been, a good 20.
Anyway, a quick question, guys. What's wrong with the Russian army in Ukraine?
What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Yeah, no,
Nothing.
I'm asking because I have a really wacky theory.
All right.
Yeah.
And so I want to get your opinions first, and then I'll tell you what mine is.
They're being too nice.
Okay, next.
Oh, I thought you were
Their
going
order is not the best one. I think the captain and the colonel are not so good. And very often we look at very strange things on the front line and we ask ourselves, what are they doing? So,
I mean, I don't really know what they're doing right now that you would have a problem with. I mean, they're pushing everywhere. They've gotten some stuff going. I mean, they're closing off Adivka. They've gotten some other stuff going, in other places that, they probably didn't expect. It looks like it's opening up a little bit. So,
Okay,
I mean,
but just think,
the
Russia
only-
started the war with 5 times the number of tanks Ukraine did. Who knows how much times the number of artillery and APVs and all that. And theoretically, they should have crushed Ukraine based on the amount of equipment. So
no,
why
I think
couldn't
you
they?
underestimated the defense factor. Basically, everyone who tries to attack is losing a lot of men and a lot of vehicles and so on.
Okay.
So attack is very
yeah, I mean,
difficult.
in the places where they went hard, like around the volcano and stuff of Adivka and all that, where they bum rushed them, yeah, they took more casualties because they changed up how they operated. I mean, before that, they would just sit there and spy on them and bomb them and, shoot at them or whatever, and then
Very
creep
small
up.
scale attack,
But I mean, in the places where they went hard, they took more casualties. But I mean, obviously, they planned on taking more casualties because they changed up their tactics.
I will
they
say this
assaulted.
about them, though. I'll bet you that their casualties are a lot less than what we think they are, because you never hear any talk about it anymore. So I'd be willing to bet that the Russian casualties are 100,000.
Well, I'll tell you why Russia hasn't been able to conquer Ukraine.
Okay.
It's rather simple. It basically, do you know what postmodernism is? Basically, Ukraine is further along the path to postmodernism than Russia. This makes Ukraine more flexible and more able to adapt.
Hey, Wayne, can you refresh our memory what postmodernism is? I completely forgot all that stuff.
Okay, postmodernism is a system where you have a fairly level hierarchical structure. In other words, you don't have some king at the top lording it over everybody. It's more or less even. It tends to be fairly democratic. It also tends to be relatively transparent. And as a result, it looks extremely disorganized on the outside because everybody's going in every different way. But because they aren't being held in place and forced to do one thing, it allows for extreme creativity and problem solving.
So I think there are a couple of things people forget
That's not
quite a
how-
lot. Is that this war is very political. So when they went in, they were guided by politics more than they were guided by tactics. Secondly, this is a huge theater of war. There's no country that can
Like
stand
hell
there
it
and say
is.
there's
It's
no
not
country that
that.
can say it's very big. It's
Ukraine
very
is a
huge.
small place, for God's sakes.
No,
We've
deploying
got
de-
provinces
no,
bigger than
no.
Ukraine.
no,
It's
de-
a small
France is
place.
smaller than Ukraine.
no deploying troops, like Russia went in with 120,000, right? So deploying 120,000 troops, and you have never deployed troops of that nature before, it takes a lot of management, and they learned. They've gotten better at it. Now they can handle 420,000 in the territory of Ukraine safely. But anybody who can sit, it's not a video game. Like, it's very complicated. There are a lot of moving parts. But secondly, when they went in, they were not trying to destroy Ukraine. They were trying to have them sign some paperwork. So they went in a limited capacity, and it worked. Primarily, it worked, and Ukraine
No, it
agreed
didn't.
to, and
It was a
Ukraine
total
agreed to
failure.
sign. Well, Ukraine agreed to sign. So
No.
and that's
I
according
think it works
to
in the south, it not work in the north.
in the north, as in where Kharkiv, or are you talking about? They did not intend to take Sumy and Chernigov.
Oh, that's the biggest whopper I've heard in months.
No, they did
You're
not.
questioning
And
on
here's one of the ways you know that. If you study what the Russians were saying, it's very simple. They do not want to go to places where they're hated. Sumy and Chernigov, even though they're very close to Russia, those guys dislike the Russians. They're more Ukrainian.
Yes, I know, and we found
correct.
the orders in the captured
I agree with Wayne on this one.
equipment, which said that they were planning on
If
staying.
Sumy or Chernihiv have been invaded by the Russian, they will still be there. Okay? They failed the invasion, so they choose very wisely to fall back. It was a good decision to fall back.
Yeah,
But
it was.
if the city have been invaded, they would still be there.
Well, but here's the thing also. Again, if the president had said that the only places they're interested in is generally Novorossiya, they don't have any reason to start capturing territories next to Belarus. That doesn't make any sense. You're holding
Yes, but it says that
territory next to
after the
Belarus.
result, not
Say that again?
before the result.
Makes perfect sense if you plan to capture the entire country.
Putin declaration was because he already knew that the invasion of the north has failed. So he basically says something to save the appearance, so save the look of his army. You know, he don't want his army to look bad.
Well, you
Because
just
I agree with Wayne. Is the Russian
Well,
army lose in the north? They win
Shadow,
in the south,
Shadow,
lose in the north.
Shadow, you just said that they retreated strategically for a particular reason. They were
Yes.
not facing any armed clashes in Sumy and Chernigov. They retreated because they knew their initial plan had failed. So they needed to concentrate on the territories that they knew
when
they
your
can
plan
hold
failed,
Guys,
with the
it's because you
troops
lose.
without mobilization.
Guys, look at Ukraine. What is strategic in Ukraine? Tell me.
It depends on what you want.
No, what is strategic in
No,
Ukraine?
it depends of the people you are asking. You're asking a civilian guy, a military guy, a political guy.
I'm a
I mean, if you're
military
talking about
guy.
Eastern Ukraine, I'm going to say the gas fields and
Military,
everything up to the
geopolitical guy.
river.
Most
And
of
the-
the guy
and the farm
agree
What
with
lands.
is
Premier.
What is critical to the Ukrainian state from a strategic point of view?
Odessa.
Yep.
Okay, and what else?
The nuclear power plant.
Kiev.
No.
Yep, Kiev. The
Well,
two strategic
I
points
give
are
that
the
a
Black
answer.
Sea coast and Kiev. Kiev has the largest proportion of the population. Most of the heavy industry is up in there. I mean, it's a very important strategic position. And the other is the Black Sea coast. If you control Kiev and you control the Black Sea coast, Ukraine cannot exist.
I would argue they couldn't exist without, just the Black Sea coast.
You just remove Odessa, and Ukraine is a black clothes who is going to lose money forever.
Hey, welcome.
What long time no see. Hi, Prata.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
committed with my media. Yeah,
Oh my God. Waka must be so
Yeah.
busy nowadays.
yeah. It's
Hey,
really.
Ron.
Hi.
Yeah, so basically there's no place you've got there other than Kiev or the Black Sea coast that matters. They didn't take Kiev and they didn't take the Black Sea coast, which
Yes.
basically crippled the war effort because they couldn't, at that point, stop Ukraine from fighting.
Yes. So
I don't see how it really crippled the war effort. It may have paused that particular effort, but then they restructured and reorganized and went into a whole different direction.
And then retreated.
Again, this was not a
I mean,
board game,
I
right?
mean,
And they're now crawling
I mean,
forward
if
at
you
the
wanna
rate
be
that'll get
honest-
them to the Dnipro
if you want to be
in probably about
honest,
10,
all the
15
terrain,
years.
the vast majority of the terrain that the Ukrainians have ever gotten from the Russians is after the Russians left, and the Russians gave it to them. I mean, yeah, they lost people pulling out and retreating and all that. But,
I think
I mean, and the thing was, is they realized that they couldn't hold what they had, so they pulled back. But I mean, the only reason they got that was because the Russians pulled back and they got it, with minimal effort.
yes,
It's
but
not like they
Now
took
the Russians
they
are trying
never
to crawl
took shit.
forward.
They haven't taken shit from Russia. Honestly, they haven't taken shit.
Von, the Russian
but
retreat
Wayne.
because of the Ukrainian offensive.
But Wayne, tell me something. Do you think that this represents real Ukrainian victories? Because they refused to negotiate when there was time. Well, for instance, they managed to do all those things at some time, and then they refused to negotiate when they had moment. Now they don't have moment, and they are negotiating at the sword over their heads. So tell me, how
Are they?
intelligent was all that?
No.
Oh, is that not
Are they
true?
negotiating?
They are not, but now they are. Now at least they are talking about. We didn't know about. We didn't had any type of information like this like before. Before there was no pressure either from the West or from within inside to negotiate. Now they look like they have a sword over their heads and they are trying. And you have all these voices telling you, oh, you should have negotiated back then. You have to negotiate now. Now it's a very bad moment because actually, you see, okay, it's very good that you say that they managed to conquest that part of Kupiansk in the north, that they managed to conquest that part in Kherson, and that was the moment to start negotiating perhaps a little bit better. But we already know now that most of what Ukraine wanted, it was negotiated already in March last year. So what do they want actually? They seem to be lost. They don't have any strategy. So why conquest more terrain? Tell me, Wayne, what's the point?
What's the point?
For
Let me put you
Ukraine,
this way.
what's the strategy? I don't think they have a strategy. They never had.
Let me put you this way. You've got a thief who's stealing money from you every week. Do you keep letting him do it?
No, because the point is, Wayne, if you,
Well, that's
if you
what you're
remember,
doing by letting the Russians
I mean,
retain material.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, it sounds
understand.
like they're
But
still
wait,
stealing
if
money
you
right
remember,
now.
if you remember right, Russia did something very wrong, which is they decided to go to the defensive at some point. Two mistakes, both with Kupiansk and Kherson. No, it was a strategy. It was a strategy.
With
Let's not.
stupidity. Errant stupidity was what it was.
Yeah, but it worked last
The
time.
entire war was errant stupidity. They couldn't win.
Why you say that?
Because they didn't have enough equipment. They didn't have enough training. They didn't have the culture to be able.
No, wait. I
They
don't
don't.
believe that. Ukraine lost so many people.
Yeah, and Russia
The
lost
war's
a hell of a
still
lot
going
more.
on, Wayne, and all
No.
those things you just mentioned. I would say the Russians could check those boxes. Now they
Yeah,
have
don't
the
forget,
training.
we can.
Now
I'm
they
sorry.
have
I'm
the
sorry, Wayne.
culture. Now they have the equipment, and now we're in the downturn of the war. So
I
mean,
think
yeah,
I
they
think
didn't
Wayne,
have
Wayne,
they
sorry.
didn't have what they needed at the
Wayne,
beginning.
let's
They didn't
put
have
this in
what they
some.
needed at the beginning, but they got what they need to wrap it up.
Vaughn, how did they get what they need to wrap it up? They spent all this material.
Yeah, but wait, let's put this
Come
in
on,
different
dude.
moments.
I mean, really, you're acting like you don't hear the stories about how much shit they're building, how many units they're building, what they're adding to the field. I mean, they're getting 20 to 30,000 volunteers a month. I mean, you telling me you ain't hearing that shit? I mean, you
No,
don't have
I
to
don't
believe
watch
it.
the
Just come
news.
on,
You know
dude.
that.
I mean, I'm not pulling shit out of my ass.
I don't pay any attention to the news.
Okay.
You know
Then
that.
why
I
are
don't
you
do it.
talking about a subject you're completely
I
not
watch.
aware of?
I watch satellite photos of tank plants.
Okay. So
That's
Wayne,
far more interesting.
Yeah,
What-
and
what-
there's all
Probably
kinds of
Reddit.
stories about
Probably Reddit.
expansions of manufacturing and increasing in helicopters and tanks and everything. And I mean,
Yeah,
there's
and
so
it's
much.
not showing on
I'm
the
just saying,
satellite
dude.
photos, Vaughn.
You act like nothing's happening except
It's
it's
not
just
showing on the
totally
satellite
falling apart.
photos.
Black hole alert.
You
Black hole
know,
alert.
I got
This
satellite
will know
photos I can look at too, and it looks like Ukraine got bombed hard, and they ain't making
Well-
shit. But Russia's got plenty of stuff to make. I mean, you hear the stories, dude. Hundreds of tanks a year, hundreds of tanks refurbished. I mean,
well,
Yeah,
that's
first
in
of
why
all,
did they have to
every media
refurbish them?
source.
Wayne, let me tell you
Come
something
on,
like
dude.
this. There
I
were
mean, you don't
several
have to agree
moments.
with it, but you can't act like it's not happening.
Yeah, exactly. I think one had a
Guys,
very good point.
Wakar
And
has been
if
trying to
if I'm
speak for
allowed
like
to
half
say
an hour.
this, if I'm allowed to say this, just very shortly, you see, Wayne, we have had 3 wars within this war. The first one, which was just to compel Ukraine to declare neutrality, it was almost achieved. So there is not really like unprepared and the defeat. They had that. The Ukrainians did negotiate the neutrality in March. Yes, if you look at the way Russia was preparing to pressure Ukraine, it looks a bit unprepared because Ukraine decided to fight more than they should have had. But on the end of the day, on the second phase of the war, which is a war of attrition, Ukraine actually lost a lot of territory. These territories have been integrated into Russia, and it's very difficult to have been given back to. Sorry, Wayne. I'm very sorry that you're laughing at what I'm saying. I expected a bit more of respect from you, so I won't continue to talk to
No,
you.
it was the integrated into Russia that had me
If you
laughing.
don't show any respect for other people's ideas, I'm sorry for you. So then there is no reason to talk to you.
Qatar.
Ideas don't matter. Facts matter.
Let Wakar talk. Wakar raised his hand very long.
Yeah, thank you very much for the floor. Actually, I was honestly very committed with my own channel and on some of the Pakistani and even international channels, and somehow I was also shifting my house from one place to another. So we are now more settled, and I've been following honestly DPA almost on daily basis, and it's really a pleasure to be back at the forum. If you allow me, I'll just briefly cover the strategic assessment because of the new front, the southern front being open, and we'll have to listen to it patiently, and then we can definitely discuss. Now, one was of course the war of attrition, as I think was mentioned by Prata, that Russian I think went into I would say deliberate pause and probably allowed the Ukrainian side to then come and renegotiate based on initial Russian, I would say, objective was to mainly neutralize Ukraine, and it should not become part of NATO. They didn't want the expansion. So I think that time was given. Otherwise, if you look at the military uh, strategy and the military, let's say, trajectory, the way the operation developed, I think Ukrainians have lost a lot. Almost one fifth of the real estate, we have discussed it earlier. 500,000 soldiers and officers, a lot of equipment. But then definitely they were backed up by the West and NATO. Now here is the change which came on 7th October, which I think has accelerated already the process. And there's a thinking within Ukrainian side also. Now, if you look at resources are one thing, the other is the minds of commanders and political leaders. So that is, I think, the critical thing where you saturate the other side's response. Now, imagine if NATO, backed up by US, including their political leadership in Europe and NATO and the military leadership, were focused on one theater of operation with all their energies and mental faculties. And then you have the next front opening on 7th October, which drew the US, including resources like for, I think Israel, they are putting in $14.5 billion package. So a lot of resources, US dollar, European dollar has to now be shifted from Ukrainian war. So this is a very major shift. The other is it puts a lot of pressure on the leadership to remain focused and pay attention. That's where the saturation comes. Putin doesn't have a problem because he has a focus on Ukraine, and definitely I think Russia is quietly helped by this new front being opened. Despite Gaza, Israel war was underplayed by the West, but in terms of overall strategic effect on the global scene, I think it has a major effect on Russia-Ukraine war. And I feel now, and we've seen caricatures of Zelensky begging the Americans for more dollars because they are not available. The other is, I think, within Ukraine now there is definitely people are tired and sick of the war. They know it's even if it is stalemate, they've lost more than one fifth of the real estate. They've lost a lot of people and equipment, and it is becoming unsustainable because it can't be continued for another decade. And nor the Ukrainians are like Afghans that they will come and start with the partisan warfare. So I think Russia has a very clear advantage, and this is a very good time for Ukraine also or the leadership to renegotiate, because I think this could be the last chance. Otherwise, they could be rolled up right up to the Dnieper River. And just imagine if another front opens in the Far East. I was just wondering, the third front, in case China starts moving, so it can, or North Korea, so it can become disastrous for the West. The West has to realize that they cannot chew everything they bite.
Hey,
So
Wakar,
this is, I think, yeah.
just real quick, you said this is their last chance to negotiate. So are you talking about what might be going on with Zelensky and the Russians? That's the last chance probably before things go bad? Or are you talking about another
Yeah, I think
situation?
Yeah, I think that is the point, because any sane commander, they have to look at the losses they have suffered, and now they can foresee Ukrainian leadership, in case there are sane people, that not much is going to come from the West because they are heavily committed in the Middle East, especially. And imagine, we have not even discussed the expansion of war in Middle East, because there are two, three states now very active in State of Hormuz. I think one of the aircraft carrier group is inside. It is, I think, after 4 years, US is placed right in front of Iran. The other aircraft carrier group is now entered Red Sea, and they are being attacked by Houthis in Yemen. And it's causing a lot of tension. It's billions of dollars worth of. Actually, every super tanker or a super ship passes every 30 seconds, mind you. It's a beeline of ships passing through Strait of Hormuz and Bab al Mandab, then flowing towards Suez Canal. It's international trade. I think it is almost 50 to 60% of global oil and gas flows through these three choke points, and these can be choked very easily by Iran or by the Houthis, or maybe so some other groups from Somalia. So it's becoming very critical, and people don't realize how much West is now engaged this side. So they're all plans for uh, a containment of Russia. I think they've gone for a six. So in case there are sane people in Ukrainian military or political, I think we had also a statement by Vitaly, the boxer mayor of Kiev. I think he's again started talking against
Klitschko.
Zelensky, because Zelensky basically was a joker. I don't think so. He was a political leader. He was propped up by the West as a Mako guy. Basically, he's a joker, you know. And if you run a circus, then you get, you know, basically if you put a leader in a warlike situation, you get a circus act. You don't get strategy. So I think the Ukrainians are fed up, and I still feel Putin has been very, very patient. And in case they can negotiate, things can settle down, and maybe it is good for the West also. Then they can focus on one thing. So basically, it's the second theater opening at a very critical time when probably they could have been better negotiating position. But if Putin is allowing, you know, negotiation even at this stage, where I think he can roll them down up to the Dnieper River by June. I
Okay,
think
Wakar, I had a
they should.
question for you, if I may. It's because, you see, there is something that's disturbing me for some time now, which is we have all these news that Ukraine is running out of ammunition. We have all these news that most probably more money from the West and support from the West, both in terms of amount of ammunition and weapons and money, is not coming in the amounts they used to come, or they will it will be reduced in big numbers. So I wonder why does Ukraine still is in the modus of offensive and didn't change for a very much needed modus of defensive. So I wonder, are they so stupid they are going to let everything get to a situation? If I remember, this idea came from Von, which is they will just let the Ukrainian army collapse and then they get whatever they want. So
I think there are two. Yeah, there are two groups. I think within Ukraine. One I would say is the same group, which is reading the battlefield and the war on the ground. The other is basically playing the, you know, perception game more in media domain, like, you know, trying to basically find a notion of victory for Ukraine that is backed up by Western media. And it's very on the ground. If you look at the artillery ammunition, which is critical in battle of attrition, a lot of factories were producing, and they were actually running short of artillery ammunition even I think before 7th October. Now a lot of this I think hardware is coming to Israel, because Israel, mind you, has used almost 2 Hiroshima size of ammunition in Gaza. It is almost like 2 Hiroshimas, because now the ordnance delivers 30,000 tons plus, and Hiroshima was 15,000 tons in terms of impact TNT. So it means that is the kind of ammunition, and in case they have to clear Gaza, so it means there's a lot of tank and artillery ammunition needed. And generally, Israeli and US, you know, ammunition are of the same caliber, especially the 155 and even 209 SP artillery. So they have to keep the stock also, because in case, let's imagine the war expands to Yemen, as they are now foreseeing, because after the ceasefire has collapsed, now there is a chance that Iran even gets into it. It becomes a regional war. And in case you have to prepare for a contingency, you got to have, I think, a lot of reserves of ammunition lined up, and then it has to be transported. So I don't think so Ukraine will be getting any more, because there it's not basically missiles, but tank and artillery fire, which is very important. And Russia has no problem production of artillery ammunition, you know, drones or tank ammunition.
Okay.
So here
Hey,
the
Wayne.
balance is
Hey,
tilting.
Wayne. Now, hey, since it's so funny, Wayne, let us know. Let us know what's wrong now. Tell us,
No, come
correct
on.
us.
Oh, the guy
Yeah,
will
it's a
joke
neutral
with us again.
perspective.
I'm sorry, but no, I actually track what they're doing over there in the way of tank production, and what they're trying to do in the way of artillery production, what they're doing in the way of trade flows going in and out of Russia and in and out of Ukraine. At least I try to. There's so much you can't actually keep on top of it, but there is no way that Russia's artillery shell production has increased that much.
No, why?
For the
Because the
simple
Russians
reason that they do not
because the
have
Russians
the
don't have a
physical
brain.
equipment to do it. You cannot make equipment appear out of thin air by magic. You have to build it. They don't have the
How do you
equipment.
track this? But
How
they
do
tell
they
us how
say-
do you
how do you
how do you
say it?
track these manufacturing of equipment and production? How do you know the factories they have and the factories that they have opened I mean, how would
For
you know
fuck's
that?
sake, we know how many factories they've had because we can see them from orbit.
Oh, come on. Really? Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
childish.
NATO
And
had the
you
number
can
of
tell
rockets.
when trains
NATO had the
move.
number of rockets that Russia should have had. They already wasted that number several times. NATO has no information about the real capacities of Russia, and they still don't have it. And they have to pretend that Iran is supplying them, or even North Korea. North Korea is supplying them. A country with almost no energy could be producing so much weapons. Come on.
Hey, stop talking crap about
Guys-
North Korea. They're Asian Wakanda, okay? They have unicorn layers. They have all kinds of good stuff going on there that we're not prepared to handle.
But they don't
And
have
actually,
energy.
they do have a fairly solid artillery production line in North Korea.
Hey,
So
guys,
Secondly,
it's,
I
Russia
they can
is
produce. They
bad.
can produce and
So-
supply to Russia quite
Okay,
easily.
let's
Russia-
Nunya talk
look,
because he
Russia
has been
is
interrupted
vast.
all
It's a
the
very
time.
huge country.
Yeah,
To say
and
that you
I-
can track their whole industrial area and know what they're doing in each one of their factories
Oh, fuck.
is ridiculous. That's not true. You can't do
Look,
that.
Russia just doesn't have enough people.
Oh. Okay, hey, let Nuna
There's
talk.
only 140 million
Hey,
people in the
hey,
country, or
Mr.
150
Joker,
million,
let's
something like
Nuna
that.
talk.
Why don't you let everyone go around and address your points, Wayne, and then we
No,
can
no,
go
no, no,
back to them again.
Don't go into the black hole. Nunya, what do you want to say before I want to let Schizo
This is
to
what
introduce?
happens when you smoke too much dope. I completely forgot, but I just got it back. I want everybody to make a point. I want to I can't really speak right now, but anyway, what I was trying to point out was, that congressional $60 billion bill that they're trying to get passed for support for Ukraine. I want to keep people's attention to that, because when you look at the actual how they parse it up, the overwhelming majority of that bill, it's not for weapons or anything, because there's no weapons to be found or made. It's just to support the government. It's just to support the firefighters, the teachers, the people who keep the roads going, all that shit that needs to be paid for, that the government's supporting. None of them are getting paid now. You're going to see a revolt pretty soon, and I think you're going to be hearing a lot more about that around Christmas time, and as it gets colder. So I think the Ukraine, fuck me, Ukraine is just going to implode very shortly.
Nunya, you're referring to in the United States or in
Yes.
Ukraine, the revolt? United
Yeah,
States. Okay.
the $60 billion was part of the $100 billion. So Biden had this $108 billion, whatever it ended up to be. And of that, 60 billion of it was for support for Ukraine. And if that 60 billion of Ukraine, that was basically just to fund the government for the most part.
Mhm.
There wasn't a whole lot in there for like munitions and shit like that,
And-
because there's none to be found anymore. They all know
And the-
that.
Well, what do you mean there's none to be found?
And the
Whole
European
Kansas
Union
shipping a whole
was,
pile of stuff.
and the European Union was trying to come a bit short before, and the European Union is not managed to find some money. Also around 55 billion,
Yeah.
and the countries are not agreeing on it. And
Yep.
Germany, for instance, they wanted even to duplify that number, the number that was personally for them to give to Ukraine. Now they are in a very deep budget crisis. So you have all signs in Ukraine, like Nunya was saying, that is showing that there will be a kind of a revolt inside. And I noticed, for instance, a few days ago, there is even Ukrainian officials have been being attacked in their property in Kiev by the population. So, whoa.
I
Things
want
are
to
coming.
I wanted to let Schizo to introduce himself. His new first time on.
Yeah, welcome.
Hi, I have many names: Senior Executive Schizo, Stoli, David. Most people just call me asshole. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hi. Where are you from?
I'm from Florida, the great state of Florida, soon to be a successionist state as we mimic Israel's nuclear program. We're going to have nukes, but we're not going to say we have nukes. But we're going to play this game off that if anyone tries to mess with Florida, we're going to have our own Samson option, and we're just going to delete McLean, Virginia from the map if they try to mess with us. So that's kind of what we're planning to do.
Oh
down
shit, Vaughn, he's from Hillbilly, Florida. You guys are going to be like bros.
Actually, that's a great topic about nuclear stuff, because I think in the COP28 there is a kind of a new alliance, an alliance for duplifying the nuclear energy capacity in the next year. So everybody in the West was against nuclear energy, was criticizing countries in Africa for building nuclear power plants, and now they are actually deciding to build new power plants everywhere.
Back in 2018, 2019-ish, and you can actually see I bought the dip on this, but I bought BWXT stock, BWX Technologies. They're basically, for those of you who don't know, they make the micro reactors that go on submarines. So my long thought on like what's going to happen when the grid goes down and we got to replace the grid or whatever is you're going to have a blue dot network of a decentralized power grid based on micro nuclear reactors, similar to that goes on submarines, but it'll be slightly easier to manufacture. So that's kind of where my thoughts on nuclear energy going is.
There's a good chance that we'll hit that way, man. There's a lot of talk about that.
Yeah, and the thing about the future is what is who has the capacity actually to produce those mini nuclear power stations, and second, who has the capacity to sell fuel. Because fuel is a great thing. So we have had many discussions about Niger, and we see all the things happening around Kazakhstan, also a big supplier of fuel, nuclear fuel. And you also have, for instance, them being unable to sanction Russia in terms of nuclear energy. So it's quite funny.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Kazakhstan too around that, because they were also back in 2018. They were a source of where you had protests popping off against biolabs and whatnot. So they were actually ahead of the curve back in 2018 before COVID-19. I believe it was Vanessa Beeley and those circles that was investigating that. But there's been a lot of plays to basically try and take over Kazakhstan, and we get really mad when the Russians push back against us in the area.
Good day.
So sorry again, Senior Executive Schizo. So you were saying actually there was a revolt in Kazakhstan against the biolabs? We didn't know.
Well, not like a full-on insurrection, but there were protests and everything. This was, I want to say, 2017, 2018 reporting. Was it UK Column and Vanessa Beeley? That whole circuit was kind of reporting. I forget the name of the. I want to say it was like a Bulgarian journalist that was actually on the ground doing that. But long story short, they had biolabs there, similar that we keep finding popping up everywhere else. And, there was a story about that before bioweapons were cool back in 2018. And that's just been kind of one to, because you always see basically the way it works. If you look at how bioweapons get smuggled, you get all these people that basically get their clearances for nuclear, and then they use the nuclear cover to move around, bioweapons. And so you get a lot of that shit going on in Kazakhstan. And, of course, obviously, if we start talking about Africa and Crimea and Congo, hemorrhagic fever, you take ticks, they go on wood chat strikes. The wood chat strikes fly up to Crimea and Russia. And, that was another avenue for delivery up there. But, I'm getting into we're getting off of uranium, completely into bioweapons there.
Yeah. Can I, sorry, I'm going to have to leave quick. So two things. One, for nuclear fuel, Canada has a lot of uranium that we aren't mining currently, so finding the fuel isn't really a big issue. Second, we have a huge nuclear industry, and while it's not big enough for what you're talking about, it could be scaled to build more plants. And the last thing I wanted to do was to read you guys something that I wrote on February 24th of 2022. You can find it on my Twitter account. It says, a lot of folks may be questioning my sanity for saying this, that Kremlin Russia in other words, Vladimir Putin has just killed himself and possibly Russia too. It all depends upon the governments headed by the President of the U.S., which was Biden at the time, Boris Johnson, Justin Trudeau, etc. Russia has a lot of resources, but also a demographic problem. The population is dropping due to lack of immigration. Russia is not a sought-after destination. Russia
Oh,
also
what?
has huge
What?
technology
When?
issues
Millions
due
of
to a lack of
immigrants.
funds to upgrade
Millions of
infrastructure.
immigrants from
Lack
Central.
of infrastructure upgrades in a variety of critical industries
You
means that
can't just
certain sanctions
hit
could
post
cause the
and
Russian
somebody
Oh,
else
he's
to
just
economy
respond.
reading his amazing
to
text.
begin a slow motion
And then
crash,
we can't
probably
laugh about
taking 4
him.
to 5 years, I
Don't
think.
laugh. Don't laugh about him. Please don't
I don't
laugh.
have numbers for time, it's just a guess. I do,
Yes,
however, have solid numbers on critical manufacturing plants and companies in Russia that could
of
be
course.
expanded
So if
if
you
we
ever
could
go
buy
to
the
Moscow,
technology.
there are
Specific
millions of
sanctions on
Central
technologies of those
Asian
critical plants would
immigrants.
cause a slide that would make Soviet
Millions.
times look enticing.
This guy is talking as if
Russia
he owns
can't
a
win. I
satellite
have no
company.
idea why Putin is doing this.
Is it fun?
He could be working off bad
We cannot
intelligence.
hear you,
He could be
Pata.
suffering from early
They are
stage
having a
dementia,
special
or maybe he's
pleasure
just so out of
showing
touch that he has
off.
no idea of the reaction that he is setting off. I almost feel for the poor bastard. He is toast.
I also feel for you. Sorry there.
Well,
So respect is given and
embarrassing
received.
yourself, mate.
Sorry, I need nicotine after that. I'll be right back.
So Wakar, sorry for disturbing you again. So Wakar, sorry, I was trying to. So why do you? So you said there's like two kind of entities in the Ukrainian war. The ones that are trying to manage the war as militaries, of course, and the ones the politicians, and they are going apart more and more than ever. So, but the thing is that if Ukraine doesn't go into a defensive modus right away, aren't they just putting themselves into the cliff, into the abyss, that they might their army might collapse? Am I saying this wrong?
no.
Yeah, I think
No, I
there's
didn't
an
ask you.
analogy. Yeah, there's an
They,
analogy
they
to be
have
drawn
they
with.
have
Oh, come on, you're not the military.
they have a total population of about
Let Wakar talk.
8 million men who are of military
The
age.
question was not for you, Mr. Wayne.
Yeah, I just want to draw an analogy with the last days of Hitler, when the youth was fighting, and still I think as far as Germany was concerned, 1944, they were being assured that victory is there, and we saw the Battle of Bulge, which was I think a suicidal attack, and they lost whatever reserves they had. And then was I think some people in Germany who then later on negotiated with the Allies regarding the surrender and whatever. And whatever was left of Germany was then saved, but in two parts. So I can compare it with I think that. So it's always when there are people who can think, and there are sane people who would like to still save whatever is left of. And maybe tomorrow, if Putin is a big heart, he can even offer whatever that has been integrated into Russia. In case Ukraine then basically becomes demilitarized as far as Russia is concerned and doesn't join
This is
NATO.
going to be
So,
this is going to be a really unpopular opinion, but Germany lost the war in September 1939.
I mean, it could be, but the way it was projected, that's why I'm saying they had a huge propaganda machine like Zelensky. But I think that Hitler was not a joker like Zelensky. Basically, he was more of a, I would say, political leader with some military
I
mind.
mean,
So
if we're
He
gonna
wasn't cross-dressing in heels, is what you're saying.
if we're gonna make points like that, Wayne, then Ukraine lost the war the day Zelensky was elected.
yeah. So I would just like to give the military situation and then
Hold
how it
on,
is.
but I'm talking for economic reasons.
Oh,
Economic
come on,
and
Wayne, you are
manufacturing.
disturbing the Walker is trying to make a judgment, and you keep saying bullshit. Please let him talk.
Yeah, I'll just finish the argument, then we can definitely have questions in case you have some argument. So basically, I am a military guy. I think the panel knows it. I've served like almost 36 years in the armored corps. And generally, I basically understand some basics of how the conventional military forces operate and some of the nuclear strategy, because we also have India-Pakistan context, very large forces, almost comparable to what is happening between Russia and Ukraine in terms of conventional forces. So one has to look at what has been the military situation on ground and then draw conclusions. Now, my point is that this is a good time for people with I'm sure there are people within Ukraine who would have started thinking of how much they have gained and lost, and why they became a proxy to NATO and US. And in case today they are being abandoned, I think should be very, very clear that ultimately nobody sides with nobody bets on a losing horse or whatever. You can't bet on a losing horse. And I am not. And now we are not restricting ourselves to Russia-Ukraine war. There's another front which is open, and that is the potential of expansion. Because I think again the hostilities have started, and in case Israel would have stopped, probably it would have given NATO and US some sigh of relief to start refocusing. But now it appears that probably they also want to destabilize the entire Middle East. I don't know who's guiding them. In case war expands, I tell you, US, NATO will be in a quagmire. There are two aircraft carrier groups which could have been somewhere else. Maybe they could have been in South China Sea or Black Sea. They have been pulled into this action by Hamas. At time people undermine, but I think they've been able to draw. Even US military is physically taking part. I don't think so. US ships have intercepted Russian missiles being fired on Ukraine, but here, I think Israel is more critical to US than Ukraine. They would abandon it the moment there is more pressure. So, in case I'm just giving a hypothetical scenario, the war expands. There got to be a reserves for Middle East in terms of conventional weapon system, Navy, Air Force, and maybe half of NATO is drawn into it. Because if Israel can't tackle Hamas, and I think 2 months have passed, with all the might and backup support coming from US, imagine if Yemen, Iran, and even there is a Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq which is waiting in wings. Syrian, there are a lot of I think Iran-backed groups, and this is the new form of warfare. I tell you, this all I think conventional warfare has totally changed. So even smaller forces using innovative tactics can become a very big challenge. Like ships, aircraft carriers. Now Hezbollah is claiming with missiles having a range of 300 kilometers. And you look at the way aircraft carriers were placed in Mediterranean, they were keeping a distance. And they don't bother. Like, you can't nuke Yemen because Ansarullah is there. You can't bomb nuke Lebanon because Hezbollah is there. So this is the new form of warfare. There are militias which have actually now captured states, and it's a challenge that basically it's a new challenge to the military. So all told, I think still a good time for sane guys in Ukraine to negotiate. So that will be my suggestion in case they want to save. Otherwise, it could be a war of attrition. Imagine this harsh winter which is coming. How people are going to spend time in Ukraine. A lot of infrastructure about their electricity destroyed, and all prediction about Russia collapse. I'll just come. People saying that Putin is sick. Just look at Biden, and he can't even walk properly. So let's be very honest and look at the leadership which is controlling. Yeah, that's my concluding argument. Then you can come in with.
Can I step in here a second, guys? First off, Ukraine doesn't get cold.
Don't make fun of old people.
Ukraine is not cold. Believe me, Ukraine is not cold.
Is it?
Ukraine is fucking warm in winter time.
Ukraine definitely is not Africa, I can tell you for sure.
I've lived in places that make Ukraine look like a. Okay. The second point
is not a snow. It's something else.
Sorry. The second point is how many carriers do the one Chinese carrier and the one Russian carrier have to face off against? If I told you 9, would you accept that?
Do you know the DF weapon system and the gliding weapon system? Carriers have become sitting ducks. Carriers can be taken out.
These are different military.
They have not become sitting ducks. I've done a fair bit of modeling, and a carrier with a decent group is not a sitting duck.
Can we ask the guy who had like the military career? Like, what do you think, Wecker?
Yeah, my point is that it's basically saturation of responses. It's NATO and US, the West, the international community. I would say the Western led community. They claim that they can fight on 2.5 front. Mind, this is the strategy. That means one major front in Eastern Europe, one major front in let's say Pacific, especially South China Sea, and half front in Middle East. So that's where they are configured. But look at what has happened to their responses when the second front is half open. So I would say it's 1.5 front is just open. So because the half front is against Iran or any, let's say, power in the middle level power in the Middle East. So that's how I think NATO and their forces are structured, because they're supposed to. So it's just one and a half front. It's just partially open, and the mines are saturated. Imagine Biden or the NATO commanders, Antony Blinken, the defense secretary. They have one brain. So when you say saturation of responses, like how many visits Antony Blinken has done to Ukraine in let's say after 7th October. So it's basically, I think he traveled thrice or four times to Israel. You have to spend your brain, your mind, and your intellectual capacity on the more important areas. So it's easier said than done that you can operate in two and a half front. Imagine just North Korea, China now opening. I'm just hypothetically. They'll be, I tell you, they'll be totally defeated. So divide these aircraft carriers, how much they can put in Black Sea, how many in Mediterranean, how many in the Indian Ocean, and how many in the Pacific. So then you look at the response. Like Russia doesn't have to send, let's say, Admiral Gorshakov to Mediterranean. They have a fleet in, I think, Syria, so they can very conveniently operate from. They don't need aircraft carrier groups. Or China doesn't need it to send it to Mediterranean. But the West, since it claims, global hegemony, they have to do it, and so I think this is basically saturation of responses. It causes a lot of fatigue. You can't work for 25 hours. You have to work within 24 hours.
Wagner, how many Western aircraft carriers are there?
It's not matter of calculating. I'm not keeping a tag on NATO. And
I'm asking seriously because it makes a difference. How many Western aircraft carriers are there?
I guess it could be 7+ for US, and could be one odd each with France and maybe UK. I don't think Germany has an aircraft. Maybe they are. Let's say they are a dozen. Yeah.
What do you call
just to follow up on what you were just saying, which I agree with. Do you see any change in thinking, in Washington, in the Pentagon, that, hey, we're not structured for this type of conflict? Or do you think it's still, yes, we're the global, we can do everything, blah, blah, blah? Because, I mean, it's got to be fairly obvious to most people once they start to put things together. Like, I think all of us here, we can put it all together, and we're certainly not experts except for yourself. So, I got to believe that there's got to be a change in thinking, but do you see that there's been a change, or are we just going to keep going the way we're going to go?
Yeah, actually, when you are, basically, what has happened to, I think, Western power was they were facing middle level, or I would say less than middle level military powers in past 4 decades, like Iraq. Then you had Libya. I don't think it was a military power. So it basically, creates a false impression of invincibility and shock and awe. It can be applied against, but if you look at Russia, it's a first-rate military power, if not a superpower. And we have seen the results in, and they also have limitations, like against Ukraine. So there's a kind of balance. But now this new warfare, because, and I think West understood it when they entered Iraq, when the, Blackwater was there. What was Blackwater? Basically, it was a proxy force of contractors, and they very smartly used basically to create dissension within certain factions in Iraq. And then they entered Afghanistan, where they were fighting a very ragtag force on motorbikes. And what the Taliban did was to dilute the American power, military power, in time instead of in space. Basically, like Russia has claimed that in case you attack, your forces will be diluted in space because of very large. It has happened to Napoleon. It happened to Hitler. They couldn't reach the objectives. But the Taliban strategy was to dilute the American military power. There were 46 countries in Afghanistan, mind you, NATO. All the military might, high technology, and the guys, with turbans and motorbikes, I would say defeated them in 20 years because it diluted the force. So it basically exhausts the other side's mental capacity. So this new form of warfare, I think people have learned. Like The Hezbollah, there's an axis of resistance, mind you. I'll just briefly explain. I've been covering it in Pakistani channel. There is an axis of resistance and not Hamas only. So in Gaza you have Hamas, which is about 35,000, and look at the way they have innovated over a period of, this is their fourth intifada, and from stone pelting now they are into missile warfare. And you know the way they have implied drones and all that. You have a Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, which is again waiting, and they are all sequenced. Then you have Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is already engaged. It is engaged 1/3 of Israeli military, and then you have the Ansarullah or Yemen Houthis. Now it's an organized force with a state, and they are sitting on choke points. And then you have Iran, which is in the fifth layer. So this organized resistance is, I think, creating a lot of challenges for the entire Western world and even for Middle East. Militarily, they have engaged Israel, which claimed to be a very strong military. But imagine just a ragtag force has engaged their military, and they are now getting support from the West. Imagine now Hezbollah opening full front. Kataib Hezbollah from Iraq, and there are some 2 brigades of Iranian-backed, militias in Syria, and then you have this front opening in 2 states like the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. So this is able to choke half of NATO's military power, I tell you, in case this front opens. So imagine how much pressure is released on Russians in the Eastern Europe. I think there'll be nobody to defend Ukraine, because then this becomes, and then imagine the second front opening in South China Sea, which I don't know how the Chinese are thinking, but militarily speaking, in case they would like to now take over Taiwan, this could be the ideal situation. So that's how, this is snowballing. So that's my point, that there are limitations.
It is quite
follow-up
interesting
question.
that.
Can I finish this off?
No,
quick?
you can't.
Wagner,
Nunez
there's
first.
32 aircraft carriers, Western aircraft carriers.
Who cares
32.
about the aircraft carriers? What's
Think
the
about
point
that.
about the aircraft carrier? What's the point about the aircraft carrier?
The point is
The
that
aircraft carrier is when you don't have an airfield and you
Yeah.
bring it to the sea. So you don't need
Right.
to bring it. You can't bring it to the Black Sea. You can't bring an aircraft
But that's
carrier
not the
actually in the
point.
Mediterranean is a real danger. It's a stupidity.
guys,
to have
can
an
you let me
aircraft-
finish?
Aircraft carrier in the no, because you keep bringing
I'm
that
trying to
stupidity.
point out that the
Let
overall
people go
balance of
further.
power
You
is
have
so
talked
heavily.
about. You
Come
have
on,
you
guys.
have noticed that nobody cares about the aircraft carrier. Nunya had a different question about what Waka was talking about. Forget the aircraft carrier, please. Go on, Nunya.
No, I just had a follow-up. Follow-up was the a couple weeks ago, the militias were hitting those bases, the U.S. bases, pretty hard in Iraq and Syria. But I haven't heard much of it in the last week or so, at least, if not longer. Has it just been, nothing happening there, or is it just still going on and they're just not reporting it as much?
Because there's a deterrence.
As much as I hate the bullshit Wayne comes up with, I think he deserves to say whatever he wants to say.
Yes, but
I agree.
was first. That was it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
boss,
but to
there are a lot of people
Nunya
here
point,
now.
I think that the ceasefire has something to do with that secession. I want to believe that.
See what Wagner said about Iran getting involved in Middle East. Iran can't. It's not that they wouldn't want to. It's just that they don't have the ability to project power. It would have to be
And what is
Egypt
the
or
actual-
Jordan or Syria that would get involved, one of the actual neighbors of Israel.
No, I'll just come on to Iran. Basically, Iran is now fighting through their proxies. The axis of resistance is all supported by Iran. So I don't think so they have to physically do it. And I think Americans know it. So they know they are sitting on certain choke points, which can really devastate the entire energy supply, 1/3 of the global business, and affects everybody, even China, even Europe. So it's easier said than done. So I was just, basically contemplating that in case it is physically attacked, so what happens? Now there is an aircraft carrier group in its cross Strait of Hormuz is parked right in front of Tehran. So basically it was to create a deterrence and stop Iran from supporting the axis of resistance. Has it done that? So I think aircraft carriers are more like a political force. But the fear, or the aura or the shock and awe thing is now, I think people are over with it. They understand how to mentally, dent this basically capability through like I think there are 3 ships which were either captured or attacked by Houthi militias belonging to billionaires from Israel with a lot of connection with Middle East oil, and their car carriers, there are cargo ship. I put a map, if you look at Indian Ocean and these 3 passages, it looks like, the beehive of, a lot of flies. There's so many large ships pass through this. And Houthis know where they are sitting. So it's basically how do you use your strategic position. Aircraft carriers are, I'm not denying that they are not important, but then they allow you to project powers. But if you have a force which is basically a militia, it's not a country. Like Hezbollah is not a country. There's a Lebanese government, and then in South Lebanon, south of Litani River, the area controlled by Hezbollah. And we said, one of our channels correspondent was there from my TV. We sent him to, and he was operating with Hezbollah and giving us on ground. They're very confident. Now this fear factor, the NATO and Israel created is gone. And I'll not come to Africa because look at voices coming from Africa. I think there is a political revolution taking place, and people are just fed up of this hegemony, and they would like to operate normally. Even I think with West, they would like to do business and all that, but not at the cost of their freedom. So this is the change I think Russia-Ukraine war has brought, which we have been discussing for last 1 year. That basically it has dented that, aura or the fear factor, and through social media you get the truth about it. So this is a new challenge, and militaries and leadership have to deal with it. So that's my take. I'm not a warmonger, but I think there are people who are fighting war. If Israelis were, I think, sensitive, they would have stopped at this. But I now feel that there's going to be expansion of war. Yeah.
So that's where my question, though, because I think it ties into your point about how people are so fed up. There hasn't, or have there been any attacks on those bases in Syria and Iraq in the last couple of weeks, or have I completely missed it? Because these are internal militias who want to push them out.
Yeah, there's a ticker. There's a ticker that says the last time it happened was on the 21st of November. That's a ticker at the bottom of the screen. I think Wyatt just added that to the.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Wyatt. That's cool. Thanks, man.
Oh, yeah. By the way, these bases, whenever they're getting
a couple weeks ago.
Whenever they're getting struck, I have a feeling that they're actually U.S. troops that are dying there. But just like in Iraq, they have found ways not to report the deaths. Like every time we hear all these military accidents in the U.S., helicopters falling, and then they say there was a training exercise. It's not a training exercise. Like you remember what's his name? McGregor, that guy. McGregor. He said that U.S. troops went into Gaza and some of them died, and everybody said it was bullshit. And then I am telling you, 1 week later, apparently a helicopter went down and like 9 soldiers died. And they have done that in Ukraine. One of the major theaters of command for NATO apparently died in Baltimore in a plane crash, and the same day and the same week, a helicopter with 9 Marines or 6 Marines or something collapsed, which was a few weeks after Russia had said they had struck a NATO base, I think in Khmelnytsky or something like that. So they found a way. And then every single time somebody dies and it has to be reported, they say that the person was in a U.S. military base and he had a heart attack. I'm like, wait a minute, this is like the 3rd heart attack. Why are these people just dying of heart attacks? Get your booster.
Get vaccinated.
Get vaccinated. vaccine.
I would also believe that. Remember Biden, the Biden administration, they did that faux pas where they released the picture of all the Marines that Biden was meeting with in Gaza. Reason Biden was meeting them, I'll bet you buttons to B-Trox, was they were going the fuck in there. And I wonder if anybody's connected the dots yet and identified, oh yeah, this guy, oh yeah, he was killed in that chopper accident, what a hero. And then I wonder if anybody's gone back and done that.
What I'm curious about.
You were saying about straight away.
You were saying about the choke points, and this week we had this information about the explosion of 2 railways in Russia between Russia and China. So these are supply lines actually for Europe mostly. So is this a test or to what would be a choke point, or is someone testing really what would be Europe with no supply lines at all?
Yeah, I think it could be a larger game. It could be anything that you are mentioning, but choke points, become very critical in logistics globally. For instance, the Strait of Hormuz, as I mentioned, is almost every half a minute. And mind you, Russia-Ukraine war was one where Russian gas, I don't know, oil supply was choked for, and then you had the Nord Stream attack. So Europe was left on the main, I think, alternative was Middle East, because maybe, I don't know if they get something from Central Asia, but mainly it was Middle East, and there were a lot of supply lines being built, alternate routes, and these two then areas, Persian Gulf and Red Sea, become very, very critical. So I think Europeans also have to realize that after Russia-Ukraine war, the Russian gas was stopped by NATO. Who attacked the Nord Stream? We know it. So it was denied. So it means probably it was the American in connivance with their guys. I don't know. They were working against the European interests. And then you come to Middle East, and now you have war, which is expanding, which would, I think, affect the rest of which is 66% of oil and gas, if I am not wrong, passes through these two passages: Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandab and Red Sea, and Suez Canal. So if it is choked, I think it's going to be a very tough winter for the Europe. And I don't know what the Americans have. Probably they want to sell their shale gas to them. So this could be, but then it starts affecting the entire global system. And maybe the Russians and China, like China has placed 6 ships. I think now they moved to Djibouti to protect their supplies in the Gulf and in Bab el-Mandab, with the passage from where from Indian Ocean to enter the Red Sea. Sorry. So it means everybody is worried about their energy supplies. So all told, this is, I think, going to become very, very critical. And but incidentally, Russia has gained a lot of advantage. There is also news of Wagner Group coming to support Hezbollah, mind you, because they are placing now some of the missiles, air defense systems. And there was a news that Wagner Group advisors may be coming to southern Lebanon or Iran, because after US moved the aircraft carrier into Persian Gulf, there was a direct threat to Iran, and Iran is also, I think, transporting some ballistic missiles to Russia. So there's a two-way mutually support taking place. So Russians are also very conscious. The Chinese are conscious that they would like to protect their interests. So I think any miscalculation onward could create serious problems for everybody, and especially the West.
Please, can I make a quick announcement? Please, just a quick.
Yes, go.
Yes, for people in chat, remember that if you send a $5 super chat, you can tell me to fuck off or fuck myself.
I just wanted to add something about the gas production in Russia and the need of Europe. I learned a funny fact a few hours ago. The first, the sanction is about the gas in gazoduc, not about the gas which has been liquefied. So that means today, the first importer of Russian GNL, I'm not sure about the word for the liquefied gas, is Europe. That means that instead of using Nord Stream and having very cheap Russian gas, they have to use a big ship to transport expensive gas from Russia. Because even with the price, the Russian liquefied gas is way less expensive than the American gas from USA.
That's the best. That's the sensible thing. That's the most intelligent thing you can ever do to yourself.
And what is very funny is that Russia is opening more and more system to transform the gas to liquefied gas to allow the European to buy it, even with the European sanction. So the more the time is going to advance, the more they are going to open the new terminal for this kind of gas, and they are going to basically do exactly the same thing in a few years that we were doing with Nord Stream, but they are going to earn a lot more money.
The thing about the LNG is quite interesting as well. Going a little back to Wakar, about the choke points, not in a real manner, but the idea of supplies, is that Europe, there is no way that during winter Europe can get enough liquefied natural gas for a real cold winter in Europe. So they always had the pipelines, which is a steady supply, and secondly, it's always running. And secondly, you have the storage, but the storage is like just for a little bit, for a few weeks, not more than that. So you need supplies coming all the time, and the LNG is available infrastructure is not enough. And secondly, also very interesting, because since we are talking about choke points, is about the Panama Canal, which is running, I think, 50% now. The Panama Canal is a very interesting infrastructure because, unfortunately, they have to pull up the ships up and pull up the ships down, and in that process, they need a lot of water. And the water, the sweet water, the raining water is getting more and more scarce. So they don't have enough water to bring ships up and ships down lately. So they have to reduce the amount of ships. So that means that even the U.S. will have to sell their gas in Asia because they can't bring it to the other side of the Atlantic, to the Atlantic, I mean. So we actually are seeing a situation where Europe could be in a very dire problem. So we are you have the potential. So you don't have enough gas. You have the potential to cut supplies through the Suez Canal, which is very easy to cut supplies through the Suez Canal. You just need an accident. It's very easy. You can Iran can actually choke the Persian Gulf very easily, because they just need to create a situation that's very dangerous, and no ships will cross because they are afraid of being hit.
Sorry, you don't need to worry. Next years, all the Russian gas terminals are going to be fully opened, and they could totally replace the US production for Europe about LNG.
No, I'm talking about this year, because you see,
this year that's another problem.
No, because we are seeing a joke about we are seeing a kind of accumulations of situations that could bring what Wakar was talking about, choke situations, where Europe could be actually put intentionally into a supply chain mega crisis like never seen before, where they can't get anything from anyone.
There is only 28 days left.
Where is Wayne to tell us
year.
whether his satellites are showing that Russia is expanding LNG facilities? That dude, man.
He went off to do some modeling.
This guy just said that he follows the satellite to see how many factories Russia has.
He also does modeling, and I play Arma, which makes me an expert from
modeling
all my
time
playing Arma. I don't know what his modeling is. I just know as an Arma player, I know
I
a lot
model
about things.
T-shirts.
And I do have a question regarding supply chains for you guys. How do you guys feel about India stepping up to the plate to go into Cabo Delgado, northern Mozambique, to develop the LNG up there? And how do you guys think that's going to play into anything? Do you see Qatar? Because they're basically trying to replace Qatari gas by going in and developing the northern Mozambique gas. Do you guys see an escalation with Qatar trying to spice things up there against India, or how do you guys feel about that?
I could see India getting into the
solution for India. They have a contract already with Gazprom for the new Iranian gas field.
Well, the
it's a 50 billion contracts per year, so
the Cap Delgado was
G20
always historically a very difficult situation. Well, the Portuguese always had problems in Cap Delgado. It's not something new. Of course, this is incited from outside. We know that. But Cap Delgado is a very unstable area by nature.
Yeah, if you look at the language maps, I mean, you know, like people try to think about what you're going to go in there, but then you just look at the language maps and realize how many interpreters you need to go around there, and it just turns into a clusterfuck very quickly as soon as you start looking at it from that angle.
The thing is that, of course, India needs supplies, and India is a huge country, and India knows, for historically as well, that they can't just go to the markets and buy whatever they need. They need contracts. They need to be sure they are going to get their gas. Qatar talks a lot about. Well, there is too much hopes about Qatar, about their ability to supply as much marvelous things they could, and everybody after what they wanted to cut Russian gas, everybody in Europe was going to Qatar, and they understood that in Qatar you don't really get whatever you think you will. It's not true, because an investment into gas takes some years to develop.
Yeah.
So Shadavi was talking about the Russians. Well, the Russians haven't decided now they are going to invest in LNG. They decided some years ago. It was before the war. So these things are coming to light. These developments are coming actually almost to light a little bit. Those developments in the Arctic Ocean. And the Cap Delgado natural gas developments have been there for some while. They're already exporting. They can export more, but it will take a lot of years to have this gas available in the market. The Indians are just prospecting the future. That's it. And Qatar has promised too much. Sorry.
I want to add on a bit on the Indian Mozambique thing. So because if I think it shouldn't be a surprise now that everybody knows that, you know, India is moving towards a more Hindu-centric kind of a philosophy and culture, and this Hindu superiority thing is a contradiction to, you know, alliance or a kind of a close friendship with Qatar, because Qatar is a Muslim country, and as you can see in the Israeli-Hamas war, India went straight into supporting Israel.
Yeah.
Like they even consider it. Okay, we support Israel. So this is a major issue. Mozambique, I just checked and I was correct, is actually not a Muslim country, it's a Christian country. So it makes sense. So if let's say if they depend on Qatar and suddenly, you know, there is this outbreak of tension between India and Muslim countries, for example with Pakistan, then
I want to add something to this on this point.
Okay, go on.
I want to make 2 points on this, please. Yeah, just well, the first thing is that in the G20 meeting earlier this year, India, as well as the United States, unveiled this plan called the IMEC or IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, which was supposed to basically be, you know, a sort of a Belt and Road type of project of infrastructure connectivity going from India through to Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and through Israel, right? That's really the biggest thing there, is that it was going to go through Israel. Some people have said, including I think Joe Biden mentioned this. So, you know, you can take that with for whatever it's worth. He mentioned that there might have been some kind of connection between the Hamas attack on October 7th and the planned start of this IMEC economic corridor that was supposed to happen, which has obviously disrupted things. Everything was supposed to go out through the port on Haifa. That was the plan. So that since that has been put on hold, I think India has a fair amount of capital and sort of just energy to do these infrastructure development projects. So I don't know about specifically Mozambique, but I could see India getting in on that game right now for sure. On the topic of the relations that India has with the Muslim world, I mean, it's kind of complicated because, of course, you know, the India-Pakistan story is not exactly best of friends there, that's for sure. But India does have decent relationships with the rest of the Muslim world, strangely enough, even though they kind of have an animosity against Islam in general, as you said, Wyatt. That is for sure, and that's a mutual antipathy for sure. There are a lot of Indians in Qatar and the UAE and Saudi Arabia. A lot of Pakistanis too, but a lot of Indians. And they are India is a very, very important customer for the oil and gas that comes out of the Persian Gulf. I mean, and India is the first stop on the way out from the Persian Gulf. They're right there. So they are very important partners, even though there is that ideological animosity. So there's a lot of tension there.
Yeah, let's not forget one thing. East Africa is the home of India. I think there is more Indian than anywhere in the world in East Africa.
Yeah. And we're keeping
special Mozambique is South
Yeah.
Africa, the Pacific of South Africa. That's
Right
the
off the
place.
coast of Mozambique, you have Mauritius, and what's
They
in
are-
Mauritius? You have
Yes.
half the Indian intelligence
Yeah.
community sitting there right now,
That's
trying to
their
figure
home.
out how to develop that gas.
Most of these people, they are African.
Well,
They
I
call
just wanted to
themselves
point
African.
out. I just
Don't
wanted to
forget
point
that.
out as well. One thing with Qatar and whether or not they care if India. I think they'd expect India to source, LNG from wherever they can get it. India is booming and it's only going to continue to grow. I mean, any pragmatic nation would do that. So I'm sure that they understand that. Number one. Number two, a lot of press hasn't been given to the fact that the Qataris don't really like dealing with the Europeans. Because when they get the LNG bill from the U.S. or from Norway or from Qatar, it's a hell of a lot more than the stuff they were getting from the Russians. So they're sick of having to deal with all of this Euro bureaucracy horseshit. So the less LNG that they can shift to anybody, I think they're all trying to do the same thing. So
Well, Nonia is quite right. The Qataris don't like to deal with Europeans. Actually, the Qataris tried to avoid European market until very recently. They completely left it almost.
They were pushed.
They actually decided to live. They were pushed, but they actually decided to live the European market until until the European Union decided to punish Russia in terms of energetic supplies and went begging to Qatar. And the Qataris were like, I don't care. You see, this is a very, very small nation. They have enough money. Why would they be compelled to initiate even more gas explorations, which will be a headache because you need a lot of tankers and so on. And that will be actually bad for business if they can't supply their goods, their good customers. Like you were saying, India is a huge country. They can't rely on going to the market and buying their needs. They need steady supplies. They need suppliers that actually are going to accomplish. Let's look at that Pakistan. Pakistan during 2021 was left without supplies because Europe was like scary and was buying everything that was in the market. And because Pakistan probably is not a very good payer, the Qataris were leaving Pakistan without no gas. They didn't care about them. So the Indians are not stupid and they understand, no, they need really good partnerships to be sure that they are going to get the supplies they agreed with. So this is my point.
That partnership is in Africa.
As well. No, it's not so easy, Vojdupur, because as we looked at Cap Delgado was initiated by European Western companies, right? And they are leaving because the situation is problematic. The Indians are coming in,
and then the Russians came in. There was a period where the Russians came in 2018, and then the Russians got smacked. This was when the Wagner back in the day got hit. And then after the Russians got hit, the Russians left, and it came down to a handful of middle-aged South African Special Forces vets going in there to try and stabilize the situation. And then for a while, it was just kind of out left flapping until India was like, you know what, we're already halfway there. Let's just develop this. And the fact that Qatar is in that dispute with the 8 former Indian sailors over the whole allegations that they were spying for Israel, because Qatar was buying 2 submarines from Italy, and Israel alleges that one of those submarines was going to go to Iran, and so that kind of sparked off the diplomatic dispute there. But
the only reason the Europeans are leaving Mozambique is because they love his money. The same money they get from West Africa, just basic for free. They don't take risks. But countries like China, India, and Russia, I don't really think Russia needs anything from Africa. They just want the Europeans to suffer. They're willing to do anything to help India and China to do their business in Africa, just to make sure Europeans going to get in their knees and beg.
No, you're right. And the Cap Delgado is a very interesting part because this is a part where Goanese have a lot of influence. We are talking about Ibu, which is pretty much an island, an old Portuguese colonial island, which is full of Goanese. Still today, they are actually the kind of the elites back there, so they actually can help a lot the development in these parts of Mozambique, actually. I hope they do, because it's a pity this area has been suffering for so many decades, even before the independence. So actually, much longer than that. So they actually need a bit of stability. Perhaps they will get it. But the thing about what we have to understand is that India is not here to play little games. Europeans seem like children, playing like, well, sure of a certainty that it is not there, because it can happen that there is no ships coming to the LNG. The ships go somewhere else. So when you have a pipeline, the pipeline has a direction. It's always going in that. This is something secured, yes. But the boats can go wherever you put wherever you want to bring them in. And the Indians understand that, because they have no pipelines whatsoever. Actually, they are afraid of getting pipelines, but that's another story. And the Europeans
Pipelines
are playing
would not
with
be
fire.
long for the world.
Again?
So Prada,
If India built pipelines, they would not be long for the world. Let's just put it that way.
Yep.
So Prada, I'll ask you the same question I asked Wakar about the U.S. government. Have you seen any change in whoever runs Europe? I'm not even going to get into your whole structure, but has there been any shift in reality? There has to be, right? Like, there's got to be.
In the mainstream media, yes.
Big time, like a lot.
I think they are prepared for 180, not 360, 180 change. They are preparing it. Yeah, there's something wrong going on, and there's something going on that is a bit wrong, and we are and everybody is like expecting something to change very much. And some countries which were more dedicated to Ukraine cause are getting very scared and very loud, especially about it, that something is going to go wrong. Yeah. In terms, you see, there is many things in Europe going wrong, and one of those, I think, is the depth of many of European countries is so big that some countries can predict they are going to put it on the spotlights because of their debt. And that means we know that what happened in 2011, the situation is much worse than in 2011. The national debt in all European countries is almost twice bigger than it was in 2011. So this is crazy. And secondly, the European Union is not growing, is probably already in a recession, and they are scared. Exports broke down in all European countries. They are not being able to export like before, and they never recovered from the COVID, and now it's going down really. And secondly, many countries are trying to put a brake on debt, and we see that European Union, for instance, wants a 6 billion more, and nobody's willing to give European Union that money. We see countries like Germany with a real budget crisis, and they are promising billions in the COP28, which they don't have, which is also quite funny. So it's like there probably won't be any money for Ukraine. Secondly, they are really afraid about being cut off of supplies. I mean, basic supplies like energy. So you're looking into very loud contradictions in the decision-making corridors.
I wanted to add something about European mainstream media, at least in France. In France, 3 months ago, Ukraine was going to win the war, and basically Putin was already dying. Okay, today it's a total reverse. Ukraine has a lot of difficulties. The big offensive is a failures. They have a problem about ammunition. They have a problem about people, about the number of soldiers. They have a problem about recruitment. They have problem about everything in the Ukrainian army. Okay, it's a total reverse in 3 months. So I think
in
they are
UK,
preparing
But
the people
in
in the world
UK things
the loss of Ukraine, basically. The loss of Ukraine.
So can
in
I ask you a
UK
follow
nothing
up to
changed.
that?
When it comes to the
How?
media, nothing
So
changed.
let me ask you a follow up to that, Shadowy. How have people reacted to that? You know, because
They are stunned. They
I
are stunned.
have
They
a
don't know what to
method,
think.
you know. I only speak with people who are smart. So most of them already understand that Ukraine was losing. You know.
The reason I ask that is because Ukraine over here hasn't really been a topic for a long time, like all year. And certainly since October 7th, like you haven't heard, you got to look for information now, right? Over here. But I figured over there, since you're closer to it, that it would still be really, you know, important in the news, yada, yada, yada. So I've got to be, for me, nobody over here is really giving a shit, really, to be honest with you. Whereas over there, you guys have got dogs in the fight. So, how is your population like reacted to this? Because over here, what I'm saying is people are kind of like, Ukraine, what? Huh? Oh, they're still doing that. Oh, okay, great. Like, they're all stupid here, is basically what I'm saying. But with a more informed audience over there, I gotta imagine that's just like shock.
I would say that in Germany, Ukraine is still a big topic, but it's a topic like they are forcing into it to people. But in the streets, Ukraine has disappeared long ago, over 6 months ago, has disappeared from the conversations. But the press is still making a big deal of it. In Portugal, is like a non-existent topic long ago as well. Nobody talks. Also, the press doesn't really care much about Ukraine because national problems are much more important. And I think in France is probably the same. They already forgot Ukraine more or less, but Shadowy will be the best one to talk about it. Sorry there, Shadowy, go on.
I think in
guys.
In UK, okay,
we've been getting comments that Andre and Waka have been trying to talk, but they haven't spoken.
Yeah, guys, just read the private chat and
Wakar
respect
can
the
go
finger. If somebody's putting their finger up, or if somebody's
No.
putting in the private chat that they want to talk, so just
Wakar
respect
can go
that.
first because he was here. He was first. So he can go first.
Okay, I'll just try to highlight the global system, how it has been actually disrupted. I think there are three major factors. One was before Russia-Ukraine war, and the B&R, the Chinese B&R was to connect the land and maritime. So there was a northern strategic route, China, Russia, and Europe. And then, of course, we had some coming through Pakistan, Iran. I think they even offered India, Bangladesh. And then they have a maritime route, which basically connects Africa and even goes up to, I would say, Southern America. So this was the grand plan. And China, I think, pledged about $1 trillion. And they were partners all along. But then I think Russia-Ukraine war, one, disrupted the northern route. If you look at the grand plan, it almost choked the northern route. And then there was a talk of G20. This, I think, we mentioned this India, Middle East, Israel, Europe corridor, which basically depended on the port of Haifa. But I think it was more of, I don't know why they would adopt such a route. I just give you example that you load a commodity in India on a truck from Punjab, or let's say anything that India wants to export or import, it offloads at some of their western seaboard ports and then put on a ship, goes to UAE, offloads, again put on another truck, then it is passed to the train, goes to Israel, it shifts and then it's put on a ship, goes to Greece, and then again offload. It looks very, very funny. But anyway, let's suppose, and there were two others, middle level countries, which I tell you we not discussed, was Egypt and Turkey. We are not come into play that how quietly they may have supported the Hamas war. This corridor would have affected the Suez Canal business because Egypt expanded from $6 billion to $20 billion. Now I think they are earning $20 billion. So half of the revenue of Suez Canal would have gone to this corridor. And Turkey is developing a corridor from Iraq, and then it goes through Turkey to Europe. And they also are, they are building another canal with the Bosphorus, this is Istanbul Canal, to facilitate passage through Black Sea and all that. So there's a lot of choking in the Bosphorus. So these two also countries became important. And I would say that Israel Hamas war, Israel Palestinian war has actually now disrupted the entire system. And like India, very sensibly looking for Mozambique. I've been in Zimbabwe, never traveled to Mozambique also, and Southern Africa. That Mozambique is now emerging as a very strong. I think it also is part of the B&R project. One is passing through Tanzania, through Central Africa, to Atlantic. The other is, I think, also touching Mozambique. So I think India is I think bound to find alternate route, because one, it bypasses the choke points that I mentioned, especially the Red Sea. So India can very conveniently directly deal with Africa in case Mozambique oil and gas things are developed. It also feeds both ways, so it's beneficial. So I think it's a very smart move. It was also a compulsory move that they had to look for. It's a growing population, the largest population. Unfortunately, in case India-Pakistan can resolve the problem, I think there are a lot of gas pipelines can flow through Iran and Central Asia to India and can benefit both sides. But unfortunately, so far. But there is a realization that I think we have to shed the differences and then basically look for opportunities. But I think the biggest loss has been to Europe. Yeah.
Imagine the transit fees that Pakistan could make from those gas pipelines.
Exactly.
Going from Iran,
we are considered. Yeah, and north-south.
It's about the great game. It's about the great game. They have to create blockage between the Asian inter-Asian trade. This is an immense possibility. So when Wakar was talking about this very strange project, which was announced during the G20 between India through Saudi Arabia and Israel, well, the infrastructure is almost there. It was like 160 kilometers just to be built between the frontier of Saudi Arabia and Israel, or going through Jordan. But I said from the beginning, it makes no sense, because you have to bring it on the ship, and the ship to the land to the train, it makes no sense, because it's much faster. I
want to push back on that because
wait. What I wanted to say is that sorry, it's just that corridor. The whole point is about blocking the development of these corridors. The one that was presented to the G20 has it had no future from the beginning. It's too stupid. But the thing is as well about the corridors, like we see the north and south corridor between India and Russia, which would potentially also allow to Europe, is that train is faster, but it has limited capacity, and the capacity we use nowadays by boats is huge. So developing these corridors is very important. There is some kind of stupidity about trying to block these corridors, because the amount of cargo they could transport is not that big, but it could develop these countries like Pakistan, which is for the ingenuity of their population, it's too poor so it's not fair. So the thing about blocking these corridors is stupid, because boat will always be the best way to transport things. Sorry, Archimedes. I'm thinking.
You're completely correct, but you have to factor in the fact that the going through the IMEC corridor would be UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, which totally avoids the Persian Gulf. It totally avoids the Red Sea. It totally avoids Suez Canal. If we see more incidences where people are being stopped in the Gulf of Aden or in the Persian Gulf, I mean, very quickly the price of shipping insurance to go through the Red Sea is going to go up very much. And if you have at that point a infrastructure, a capacity to go through to avoid all of that and to reach the Mediterranean, to connect the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean directly, that's an extremely valuable thing. And if the development, if the money is there, and we know that Saudi Arabia and the UAE have lots of money to throw around. I think India really wants to get in on this development game, and then the US and various European countries are also backing it. You can get those drayage rates to be pretty fucking low, not as low as it's ever going to be. you know, it's not going to be as cheap.
You
Say
don't
again?
avoid the Persian. Well, the bigger problem is not really
You
the
do
Red
avoid
Sea,
the
it's the
Persian Gulf.
Persian.
Yes, yes, yes.
You don't avoid the Persian Gulf
because
you still have to enter inside.
No, you don't. You can dock in here. Look it up. You can dock on the far side of the UAE port.
In the Oman. No, you don't.
Yes, exactly. The Gulf of Oman.
Well, the
Andrea's still waiting.
Yeah, but it's
actually,
on
I
the
just
older
like
topic,
to,
so.
yeah, I like to chip in on this IMAC. Basically, it passes through a very dangerous conflict zone because if Haifa, Haifa is now in the missile range of Hezbollah, mind you, and Haifa has been attacked also. So if you are depending, I would say the head was Haifa, and if head starts burning, the entire corridor, even despite that they have a lot of money to do it, but then if the head starts burning in Israel, this corridor is, I would say, becomes redundant. So the point that ultimately it has to pass through Persian Gulf, and still if you hit UAE, and then it means that you're passing right in front of Iran. And the way they are moving, if the aircraft carrier is there and inside now across the Strait of Hormuz, it means you are creating a fear factor, and you are actually going against this corridor by these movements. Why can't they stop Israel from being insane and destabilize? And I tell you how much impact has happened to Israeli shipping. I have carried out the survey on Israeli shipping. This is a huge business. It's almost a $50 billion infrastructure. And the last ship, which was captured by Houthis, although it was offshore, some of the offshore British company, but basically it was an Israeli tycoons, Sami family, who's one of the richest guys in Israel. His son is running that. And now there are companies who are trying to avoid Israeli, and they are huge, because one of their company was drawing $2 billion a year through basically these shipping companies and oil tankers, and even I think pleasure ships they fly through. So that has been affected. Nobody now wants to, they actually want to avoid using Israeli ships. And so it means that you are creating a situation which is affecting Israeli business. There's a call for boycott of Israeli products, and now it is hitting Western countries which have some connection with the, Israelis, or I would say it's, sorry to say, even the Jewish businessmen, they are being affected in Islamic world. Now, I would also like to refer to India, the dichotomy. The Modi government's, what is happening inside. I'm just, it's a comment. Shahid Bolson is a very good commentator. Just listen to him. And he actually pointed out.
Sorry, what's his name? Could you give that to the chat again?
Shahid Bolson. Yeah, he's done a program. Yeah, he does a solo, YouTube channel, and just listen to him. So he pointed out that Indian diaspora in Middle East is now almost 4 million, and they have very good relations, and very good because they are enterprising people. People would like Indians to come and work, and now they are tycoons which work in the Middle East. Some of the Indians, so very good business sense. But he says that in case of the Moody's or RSS policies in India, you start hitting the Muslim population, which is almost 250 million, or let's say strangulating them, then it starts having a resonating effect in all across Islamic world. So it actually goes against Indian, I would say, trade and business. Now look at what Qatar has done to some of their naval officers. So this was a kind of mess, because there was a fight between Al Jazeera and Indian channels in Middle East for coverage of Israel war, because I think Indian media 90% I think they have 18 correspondents in Israel who are basically covering the Israeli narrative, which I don't think so Islamic world would like. So there was also a clash between Al Jazeera. I tell you, these are the facts. Al Jazeera and some of the Indian channels, they started fighting because I think India took just one side, and so that's why they're suffering because of this perception. They have very large Muslim population. They have diaspora, like Keralites. I think there are 5 lakh Keralites, 500,000 working in the Middle East, and they are doing very well. So they have to make a balance that you should be objective. Of course, they have relationship with Israel, but it should not be at the cost of Muslim sentiment, because the way it has happened to Gazans, I think this is right in front of the world what is happening. So that has, I think, also dented the Western narrative of their perception in the Islamic world, very badly dented, and they have lost the war of narrative, and indirectly helped Russia and also China, because that is a lot of pressure on Russia, Ukraine. So it's all connected. So 3 things. One, of course, your military diplomacy, your commerce, trade, and diplomacy. Then is the public sentiment, the social side. So these things have to be balanced. And the world is so much interconnected that if you slip on one side, it could start affecting your strategy, your trade, your commerce, your diplomacy. So I think this is a very big challenge for the entire world. That in case these wars keeps expanding and the third front opens, I think everybody's effed up.
Walker, just a quick summit. Where do you think a third front could open? Is it Taiwan or something else?
Yeah, it could be Taiwan, it could be North Korea. But in case, let's say Z now, because I should say that unfortunately, this is the best time for China to now settle the Taiwan question. I would say this is the best time. I don't know. So in case they open up, I don't think so West can come and help Taiwan at all. So these are the opportunities which are provided because of conflicts. And third front would, I would say, almost paralyze the Western military responses in the Pacific, all this Indo-Pacific and everything. So it can actually expand the war. Chinese may be smart; they would like to avoid, but this could be an opportunity. Or it could be North Korea, going, because North Korea now getting a lot of assurances from the Russians, so they could get triggered. It could create problems in Japan.
I know that Macchiadi is with his finger up and Vojdupov as well. I just wanted to finish this idea of the third front, because I think it can happen anywhere in the world. Anyone has a little conflict, understand this is the moment to act and achieve facts in the terrain. There is nobody there to stop them, actually. All the big powers are in dispute. So China doesn't really need to do anything at all. Something will come. Will just pop up. Sorry, Macchiadi or Vojdupov, you both had your fingers up.
No, Andrew.
Andrea, go.
Andrew.
You're muted.
And now he's muted.
About this topic, I just wanted to say one thing: that if India wants to improve its relations within Muslim environment and societies, they also need to clean out their names, as the Muslim public has a very big, a very bad opinion about India as a highly pro-Israel and Islamophobic state. While that may be not entirely based on truth, is another thing. I'm just saying that that's the fame or infamy India has.
Well, there's a lot of good reason for that. Colonel Honey Bakshi, who put together the technical support division, is on record saying that the Intel Bible for his generation of intelligence officers was a book called By Ways of Deception, the masking or unmasking of a Mossad officer. So there has been an entire Mossad, like when you get introduced to Indo-Pak politics and everything, you get told that Pak ISI is MI6 and RAW is CIA, and that might have been true 30 years ago. However, there's been a huge change in the Indian intelligence community towards a more Mossad style of intelligence community, and with good reason, because the way the Mossad leverages their diaspora community to hit above their weight is perfect. That is the perfect doctrine for India to adopt and start moving to. And now what we're seeing today as we look at this, like those guys are retired. So the Indian intelligence community we see today isn't just the Indian intelligence community that is trying to emulate Mossad. They are the Indian intelligence community that emulated Mossad and is now the next generation on with the lessons learned from doing that. So, and that also is why we see them so closely tied in with Israel, because at the high level, they're working together.
Yes.
And I always like to remind people that
if you don't have a job in radio, man, get one, because you got the voice for radio. That's
the face
I can listen to you talk, man.
I'll be on with Archimedes here on Tommy's podcast on the 4th, and I occasionally do. I don't do radio, but sometimes I go on shows.
Senor, you said you're from Florida,
Yes.
Yeah, but that accent is like from somewhere else.
Well, I mean, I've traveled.
I don't know. I don't know how the American accent, but it's like the accent.
I mean, I have it's kind of a It's a generic Southern accent because
that's why. That's
like
why.
I mean I grew up in Florida, but I've also traveled a lot, so it has been it's a little bit more polished. Let's call it that.
So I wanted to say that a lot of times people forget that nations like don't do these things out of like feelings or anger or jealousy or whatever. They don't do it. So the main reason why India is what it is, and the reason why it's taken this like insanely like anti-Muslim posture, is basically because they're terrified of Muslims. Why? Because they have over 400 million people in destitute poverty. The problem with people who are in destitute poverty and people who are uneducated, they can easily be converted to any other ideology or religion. That is their main fear. Now, they could educate their people, they could help their people, they could take up programs that would actually help their people. Like right now, if you try to go and try and convert Chinese people, you really cannot, because most of them right at this point are very comfortable with their lives, and their rates of education are quite high. But India is not going to do that, mainly because you're talking about a whole change of system, and all the people at the top, all the rich people at the top. I know we like calling Russian billionaires oligarchs. We don't call any other people oligarchs, but Indian oligarchs would not be okay losing their power and their money. And that's why they will keep the system as much as they can the way it is. I always tell an anecdote. I met these Indian people actually in Florida. I met these the two Indian doctors, very wealthy. I don't know how you become millionaires as doctors, but very wealthy guys. And I asked them about poverty in India, and they told me, and they kept on insisting and saying that all those 400 million people are all immigrants. And I'm like, well, that can't be. But they were convinced that all those are immigrants and all ethnic Indians are doing fine. Those are the people who are now supporting BJP. That's the backbone of BJP right there. So yeah, India will not change. It's gonna get worse. The reason why they're adapting the Israeli kind of policing system is the same reason why the US police system is also adapting it from the Israeli side. Because if you can enslave 3 million plus people in the country and get away with it and police them in one of the most brutal ways ever, most of the countries would want that. They want that training. They want to know how to crowd control millions of people in the most efficient way possible.
Especially after the Arab Spring, just to say.
Yes. So India is gonna take that path. It's probably gonna get worse. They're not the way they are just because they hate other races or they're racist or whatever. Mainly, they're afraid their population is going to be taken over by any other culture. It also explains their animosity towards China. They're afraid that they may get culturally dominated or overshadowed by China. So they have to keep on being mad at China and causing skirmishes and whatnot. It's not an emotional thing. They do that very, very practically.
Just a question. Are you suggesting that in India, in the future, we might see a situation similar to the conditions of Palestinians in Israel? So some kind of like first a segregation kind of action, and then a kind of replacement, forced deportations, kind of like that stuff? Are you suggesting that?
To be quite honest, I don't know first of all how many Muslims are in India. I looked it up before.
12%.
14%, 12%. So yes. So I believe eventually they're going to get worse. When you start,
by the way, 14% doesn't sound like a ton, but that's 200 million.
Yes, it's a big country. So yeah, 14% is a lot. So what I'm saying is that they're gonna get worse with time. And the problem is, you have to take lead of your nation. If you're a government, you have to take lead of your nation. I'll give you an example of China. People don't know this, but China tries to the best they can to tone down their anti-American sentiment. Because Chinese people are naturally very nationalistic. but the Communist Party is smart enough to basically keep it down. That's why when they post one post about war crimes committed in Afghanistan by Australia, Australia goes nuts. Why? Because they usually don't do that. But the problem with India is they are letting the bottom take control in terms of violence on the ground. Like if you go to the worst parts of the internet, you see all these videos of just Indians just raping Muslim women and killing them. They're
Do you
out
know
there
about
and it
the
happens quite
Macchiati?
rampantly.
Are you familiar with the RSS?
Remind me what that is.
It's sort of a well, I don't want to butcher it, but it's basically sort of a paramilitary organization. I don't know if paramilitary is a bit too strong, but it's kind of the extremist wing of the BJP, right? And it's this grassroots organization to
Yes, I just
train
watched
people.
a documentary about that. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, Wakar. You have some thoughts on this?
Yeah, I would like to just briefly cover because we live in the same region. Indian demographics is very, very complicated, and the RSS, as mentioned, has tried to basically develop the idea since 1920s. Their leaders like Golwalkar and Savarkar, who were basically ideologues for the RSS and Hindu Mahasabha, was basically to find a space for Hindu dominance. But India, I think, cannot afford it. Despite now, if you look at India demographically, there is the central region or the north is known as the cow belt. It's a derogatory word, but that's how it is basically pronounced. And basically, the Hindu concentration. And then on the fringes, in the northeast, you have tribals, where like in Manipur, you had a lot of Christian Hindu conflict. In the south are Hindus, but very different people. They are Dravidians, 4 or 5 states, and they've been actually earlier empire builders also. You look at some of the empires before the Aryans came. It was basically the southern Indians who would basically dominate, and then they were pushed to the south, and then comes the northwest, which is like Sikhs, and the Indian Kashmir is the Muslim majority, and then there are if you look at there are 3 very large communities, and then there is also effect of the caste system. It's very interesting that in the caste system, the 3 upper caste, which is the Brahman, Kshatriya, and Vaishya, is about 23% of India, and the rest is mostly deprived, which is the one of their own caste in the Varnas, the Shudras, almost 500 million, which is again deprived. It's a very large population. Dalits, which were, I think, original Aboriginal Indians, are like 200 millions, and Muslim population has different figures varying between 200 million to 350 million, some people claim, but let's say somewhere in the middle is 250 million, is a very huge population. And then there are pockets of Muslims, like in Kerala, it's almost 50%. In Lakshadweep Islands, it's almost 98% Muslims, and in northern states, in Assam, in West Bengal, they're like 25%, and there are certain districts which are Muslim majority districts, like Mewat is 76% Muslim. So it's a very complicated situation. So I think constitution was given to a Dalit, Dr. Ambedkar, who coined the constitution, was a secular constitution. Nehru very intelligently gave it to him that you do it. I think by early 50s they came up with the secular constitution because they felt that India could not survive as a Hindu majority state, at least in the governance. But overall, the governance is dominated by the 3 upper castes. You look at the bureaucracy, the military, the judiciary, you'll just generally find upper caste. And where this is the also vote bank of Prime Minister Modi or the RSS, because in Cow Belt they can secure 35 to 40% of the vote, and in 140 billion, if let's say there are let's say 800 million or 900 million voters, so 350, 400 million will make a lot of difference, because that is the vote bank politics the RSS has played for last, I think, 2 tenures. And now they are looking at 2024 next election. They are going to build on that, and in case they get 2/3 majority, they can change the constitution to Hindutva Republic. So this warning has been given to them by a lot of people, like in terms of genocide watch. There is a study which has just come up that after 2024, you may find signs of it happening in certain areas, which could be actually very dangerous. That's where Shahid Bolson has advised India not to follow that path, despite it gives them a lot of power, the political power. But then it will start affecting the size of the fringe. It's not fringe really. It's the 2/3 of India, the right corner, the bottom corner, and the northwest. So these three corners will then array against the, let's say, Hindutva ideology. So there are a lot of, even in South, some of the leaders like M.K. Stalin, one of the chief ministers of Tamil Nadu, he stated that we don't want this Sanatan Dharma, which is basically a global or universal religion that they are claiming. But he says it doesn't fit into Indian, secular structure. We can then start creating a lot of security problems and tension within communities. South is actually they are more educated also, and then
Yeah,
there is
no.
also suppression of dissenting voices, the liberal voices. Like NDTV used to be more secular channel. Now I think 50% shares are bought by Adani, the richest man. I think the tycoon. He's a multi-billionaire, which was I think affected by one of the American leaks, and his businesses went down. But still, so these are some of the businesses controlled by the upper caste. So it's a very complicated situation. And then India is also surrounded by some of the Muslim countries like Pakistan,
Yeah,
Bangladesh,
Bangladesh.
and they have definitely common culture on the overlapping areas. Like Bangladesh also influences Indian West Bengal. Again, I think fourth largest state. So 24% Muslims, and one of the chief minister actually thrives on the Muslim vote, Mamata Banerjee. And now there is a political alliance or the Mahagatbandhan being formed against Modi, which will be I think 24 parties in next election. But so far, I think there's a tussle between RSS and secular India, and we'll see what happens after the election. The I think worst part was that then they started basically targeting the I would say Muslim community, and that's where we find the lynching mobs. Or there are something very closer to Nuremberg laws of Germany in 1930s, which were created by the Nazi party to ostracize Jews at that time. So something similar is happening to Muslims. That's where the warnings have been given to them. That's why there's anxiety in Islamic world, because even the Arab world can't afford an India in crisis and then Hindu-Muslim tensions taking place. Or there's also Sikhs, exerting. In Indian Punjab, there's a movement for a free state, mostly from Sikh diaspora. And then you found their intelligence agency going and targeting some of their leaders in Canada. US gave them a warning because there was a Sikh leader, and then one guy was killed in UK. So there were links, and I think now US has charged them. So even I think Biden, in the heart of his heart, would like to have a more secular India, because in case it has to be presented in the international community, especially in the Indo-Pacific, they would like a more secular India. So it's a very, very complicated situation. So we have to see in
Yeah.
2024 how it happens. So these are some of the facts which will affect the Indian trajectory in coming decade.
A quick comment, and then I'll shut up about this topic. So, this path that India is taking is very dangerous, and I don't know whether they realize that, because this whole nonsense of like supremacy and whatever about your religion and whatever is the same problem the Ukrainians are more or less are facing. Like all this built up patriotism and fighting the other self and looking at the other self as the enemy is going to end up in disaster. And I don't know why they are doing that, because eventually it's going to cause a big clash. I mean, this is just waiting to happen. They were sending mail, like emails, to Indian people within the US. This was exposed. They were raising money and they were saying in the emails is to go burn, demolish, bulldoze churches in India. They were holding fundraisers even in Texas to go demolish churches in India, and it became a big deal. It was in like Texas town halls and everything, but it's a very dangerous path, and I hope the government of India knows what they're messing with.
Now, I want to kind of say about this, just for some balance's sake, maybe the other side of the argument for the rise of Indian nationalism. And I say this as not an Indian or even a Hindu. So, I kind of see it as inevitable, Indian nationalism. as we're seeing this BJP Hindutva nationalism. The reason being, basically from two facts. For one thing, India is a pole. If you just of the world economy and world power and world population, if you just look at the world from a geographic map, or if you look at a population density map, India is also a unified sort of the entire subcontinent has a certain geographic logic to it. Okay. The reason I bring that up is because we're moving towards a multipolar world. Okay, where we've lived in a world that's been dominated by the West for a very long time, by Europe and America, by the Atlantic civilization, we're moving away from that. And in that world, we're going to have a Eurasian pole of power. We're going to have a Middle Eastern pole of power, a Chinese pole of power, and an Indian pole of power. And that's just natural, and a European one too. As that happens, that is going to, in India, that is going to take the form of undoing the things that have happened to India to reduce it down from its natural status as a member of the great powers of the world, the great civilizations of the world. And the two things that have happened that have turned India that way is first, about 1,000 years of Muslim invasions, mostly Turkish or Turkic and Central Asian invasions of Persianized Turks that came down from Central Asia, and we're talking about the brutality and genocides that happened. You have to consider the brutality and genocides that were enacted on the Indian people by the Muslims in the era from about 1200 or 1100 AD to about 1700, at the time of the Mughal Empire. There were a lot of brutal genocides that were enacted on the Hindu people, who were the second-class citizens of India under the Muslim ruling class for that period of about 600 years, under the Delhi Sultanate and so on, the Ghurid dynasty and the Mughals. The second thing that happened, of course, is the British conquered India, right? We don't have to get too much into that, but of course the British conquered India, and they imposed a framework of seeing things, this sort of liberal framework, which still plagues India to this day. And part of multipolarity is going to be unlearning liberalism, which is, I think, a extension of it's a transformation or an evolution of the old sort of European colonial imperial mindset that's been transformed into this globalist liberalism. So when we're looking at the problem of India as, oh, they're becoming right-wing, they're becoming nationalistic, they're saying that their culture is superior, that we're all kind of coming at that from a globalist liberal mindset here in the West. And that framework of thought is exactly what India needs to unlearn in order to undo what the British did. And in order to undo what the Muslims did, they have to assert Hindu sovereignty over the continent. So I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. I don't have a dog in this race. I am from the Indian subcontinent, from Bangladesh, but I am now an American secular, agnostic fucking
right wing.
Yeah, well, my point is that I don't have a dog in this race, but my point is I think that's what's happening. That's what's going to happen. That process of nationalism is natural.
Just to answer your comment real quickly. So, us from Africa, we know the effects of tribalism. The moment, it doesn't matter whether they have a good reason to do it. The moment you start separating people, it leads to disaster. Whether you love your country or you hate your country, eventually the masses take over. They influence their politicians, and their politicians cannot do anything about it. It always ends up in disaster. There's an intelligent way of doing it. But it takes a long time and it takes a lot of changes. But that dividing people and playing people on it doesn't have to be 2 years from now. It can be 10 years from now. But the amount of bloodshed that can be unleashed within India can be stuff our children will read in history for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I think it's going to happen either way. Anyway, I'd like to shoot it to Meddy.
Yeah, Meddy.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know if you can.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, it's a great subject. I came in at the ass end of it, and I understand it, and I think that gentleman Arcadius just made a good point about it. I think the West has had a very big influence in keeping the different factions in India separated in that conflict, because they know what power India could play on the world stage if it was completely united, and it could guarantee, like, there'll be no conflict with Pakistan. They could guarantee China a border that is stable and nothing to worry about, from that area. And the people themselves would be able to start spreading the wealth around. I think goes back to colonial times, when they kind of picked who they were going to use to support and use within their army. And it basically became colonials they were using Muslims and Hindus, were they not, at some point? I know there was a conflict. You guys know the area better than me. I know the history, but I can't remember which was which, where they actually they had the uprising. I think you guys would know that better than me, but I think it goes back to them, where they used the secular system to keep India down, and they're still using it. And I would love to see India on its feet, united, and become the power it could be. I mean, why wouldn't we? As long as it's safe for everybody, all it does is help put more product out there to lower the price for everybody else in the world that's gonna, to compete in the area.
To reinforce your point, though, just like I said in chat, this is being played out, and the way you see this being played out to divide and conquer India to this day now is the way you have these woke Soros acolytes, and many of them are kind of in bed with PAC ISI, the more corrupt elements that work with CIA to oust Imran Khan. Regardless how you feel about them, that's kind of what happened. And basically, the way you see these guys acting is they're targeting Hindus as the new straight white males of the culture war. So next thing you know, you have some atheist dude that's from India that works in Silicon Valley, and the woke HR commissar calls him in and is like, "You're from the Brahmin caste, right? You're privileged, and you need to do this, this, and this." And he's like, "Bro, I'm an atheist. I don't even know what you're talking about. Congratulations, you just made a Hindu nationalist in California." So that, and we're seeing that effect go global right now. That's why we're seeing the foreign minister of India sit down in front of CFR while the Godfather music plays in the background. And he's like, no, we're multipolar. We're not dealing with this kind of stuff. And, that's why you're only going to see this rise of a kind of nationalistic India. And we can hope there are a lot of wise figures there that they're hitching their wagon reluctantly to Modi and to BJP, hoping that they can tamp it down from, going too far into some religious, non-secular. They would like to keep it secular, but at the end of the day, it's this woke Sorosy, push onto the Hindu community that is causing that reaction, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at with this globalist liberal mindset. So, very well put. Go for it, Meddy.
Meddy,
I totally agree with what you're saying. I mean, it's taking the man out of men. And those lessons that men have that they pass down to their sons and grandsons are being lost. And it's happening around the world, where they're trying to neuter us by rules and regulations, where we're the evil enemy no matter where we go. It doesn't matter what culture you're in, right? Because to the West, if you have a penis, you are automatically sometimes considered somebody that has suppressed somebody in their lifetime. I don't want to get so far into it, but I'm starting to wonder if the game that's been played has started long before, and we're all just catching up to it now. And I would love to understand the conflict in India that includes Pakistan in the security, and what would happen if that area, with Pakistan, was secure. I don't have a dog in the fight, and Waqar is somebody I know that knows very well about the area. And so, maybe some other stream just to talk about India, so idiots like me have a better understanding when we're talking about the conflict that's in India is just at a low level, and I'll let the gentleman go. I can't see because of my eyes. I don't know who to. Sorry.
It's nice. It's nice to see we talking about India. They are so underrated. We never
But do
give them
you
a
know
chance.
something I just realized that I didn't know till today? The former defense minister of Ukraine, what's his name? Alexei Reznikov
Yep.
Yeah,
was also an actor.
He's the
I
he's
just
in
All
UK now.
politicians are actors.
holy crap!
What do you think? What do you think,
So
Meddy?
Alexei Arestovich, what's his name?
Yeah.
Zelensky.
Yeah, all one gang.
Yeah,
Wait.
Yermak, who is the head of the office of the president,
So is
and
Ukraine what happened?
Reznikov, four actors who used
So
to act together. I
is
mean,
Ukraine,
something is up here, man.
is Ukraine like when they let the theater kids from Nazi Germany run a country? Like, this is
Can
ridiculous.
right? Can I mention that, when you see this in the command, now you have 3 different factions within the same command. They already have a problem with communication to the front line. They have units that are falling back when they shouldn't. That means that another unit's flank is uncovered. People are chasing around a floating line that's like a rubber band right now, I think, for the Ukrainians, and they're trying to get back to secondary positions. But the problem is that you got commanders now that are now in little cliques. And that's when it all starts to break down. Look at what happened with Hitler. He started separating out his generals, and then he started getting rid of the ones that wouldn't do what he said, and he would only go with the ones that would be able to, fund his fantasy and make it all go true. So he thought, and yet other generals were talking to Allied forces on the side. So it's the same script, just different characters and different scenery. But this is how shit ends. When you're at this point in war, you can go back ages. It is almost the same pattern happening over and over. And we're in the final stages because once that happens, the command starts to split. It's very hard to get them back. They start forming factions. They're going to be fighting for resources, who's getting what, and where they're going to do on the line. And they'll start fighting about, well, I want to do this. Well, I'm not going to leave you covered, so I'm not going to support you because I'm going to do this. What are the troops going to do? It is just going to rip apart if it hasn't already. I'm sorry for that rant.
I want
This
to.
shit is still
Sorry.
okay. Go on.
No, because the title today was talking about the Seymour Hersh, and we actually didn't really have really talked about it. No, have you guys read the article yet? No, he alleged that the Ukrainian military, has basically somewhat secretly mutinied in a way to negotiate directly with the Russians, and I find it very incredulous. Personally, I find it like I don't really believe it that much, but there might be some possibility that is happening. But looking at how the war is fighting, it's not like the Ukrainians have stopped. They are still fighting. They're still doing offensive. In Robotine, Robove, very limitedly, but they're still trying. So, but if this is true, then it's gonna be very awkward for the Ukrainians. But I know what you guys think about this expose by
Well,
Seymour
I
Hersh.
would not be surprised at all, as we've seen the Russians actively try to communicate with the enemy counterparts, even on a single soldier level. We all know, I imagine here, that Russians have provided Ukrainian soldiers with radio frequencies to contact Russian soldiers with to surrender. I would not be surprised if Russians had managed to get in contact with higher officers of the Ukrainian army to start negotiate some kind of peace agreement, or at least ceasefires, at least even locally.
I don't think just because Ukraine is stopping receiving help from the West, they're just gonna stop. This is where shit's gonna get really, really fucked up because these people is gonna starting like terrorist attack in the place where is controlled by Russia, and this is where the CIA gets in. That's the thing the CIA loves doing.
I think the place will
I,
implode before that happens, guys. Like once people don't get paid and they can't eat,
Yeah,
that'll
that's
come
true.
first.
By the way, senior, you're not supposed to be with a gun on live TV.
Well,
Oi, mate,
something
you got
that's
a
being
license?
discounted and not being reported a lot about is that the civilian population of these people, the family members that are left behind that have had no communication with family members for a long time, and they're starting to gather in the military districts. You don't see. Well, of course, they're not going to publish it or show it in Ukraine, but it is on Twitter. We've seen it. There's there's so much going on. I think that the Russians right now, this is just my opinion. Right now, we haven't heard of a lot of communications about any type of artillery duels or fire. It's very low at this moment. So to me, that is a sign that it's possible that the Russians are moving their artillery up behind the defensive lines per their doctrine. They're changing up their unit structure for a more to have more bite as it goes through into Ukraine to strategic objectives. That means that they're going to be big arrow moves that are going to be masked and more focused, I think, coming up next, because they've broken this line effectively. They could pour through in several places. I keep talking about Kershaw. The only reason that Krimsky bullshit is happening is they're trying to prevent the Russians from using that as a crossing point for BMPs and amphibious vehicles to support another attack that is going across, that is going to be the actual bridgehead, or that will be the bridgehead, and they're going to be the first ones that clear the initial area and then start pushing out so that the units following on are not just stacked up on a beach. What's happening in Krimsky or whatever that is not a breachhead. A breachhead's meant to be taken, and it's only supposed to be, that actual part of it of gaining the breachhead is supposed to be happen very quickly and be done quickly, and you're out dispersed. There is no way that they can keep supporting this. It's just, they are so exposed there. It makes no sense for them to be there other than to try to prevent Russians from actually doing their own amphibious operations. Other than that, somebody needs to logically explain to me what they hope to gain by sitting right there. They're not going to push out. They can't put a force there that is going to make it a push out, because they're just going to get bombed at leisure by the Russians. They're at their mercy once they're on that side. So that's my take on it.
I'm with you. It's totally fucking inexplicable to me. I really don't get why they're doing it. But I think Toby and Wakar had their hands up, so either of you guys.
Waka, you go, and then I'll talk about Seymour Hersh.
Yeah, I think I would just like to quickly summarize how both sides will be thinking, the Ukrainian military command and the Russians. Russians have built up the capability. I think they are mobilizing more forces, but also given a leverage to the others. Because I think, let's see what happens by mid of next year, 2024. And I feel that will be the end game for Ukraine-Russia conflict. And there, I think Putin is playing very, very smart. One, of course, the situation on ground is a success as far as the military is concerned. There was a stalemate. And then I think both sides are realizing what happens mid of next year, because Ukrainian same commanders, and I'm sure at the level of GOCs, 2 stars and 3 stars, may have started realizing that the support that they were getting from the West because of opening of front in Middle East is not coming. So they can foresee that if they continue fighting with the same intensity, like Bakhmut, I think there were losses like 70,000, and now Avdiivka, probably again a fortress, is about to fall. It's again almost same kind of casualties have taken place. So there's a second line, and then now women seen, being sent by Ukrainians to go and fight. So it's a very, very desperate situation, like the Hitler's youth, guys of 14 and 15 years fighting against the Russians in Berlin. So this is where they have reached. So in case there are sane commanders, even at battalion, brigade, and division level, they can foresee what is going to happen. So it could be a mass rout, could be implosion of the military command structure and the chain of command. So ideally would be that they should start negotiating, irrespective of those four jokers somebody mentioned, the actors, political. And then I think right from the day one, when the war started, we discussed in DPA that you don't outsource the political and military decision making of your country to a third party. So basically, it was NATO, and I think, as the Meddy has been saying, it was a shit show right from the start. That basically they were using to weaken Russia, to economically strangulate it, and military to undermine Putin. And you're seeing that Wagner, mutiny, so-called mutiny, which I think was strategic deception. People were clapping. So these are some of the factors that they can foresee. So I think any sane commander would like to negotiate with the Russians, and that's where I feel that. And in case they don't stop, so Russians are ready for a winter offensive, even during snow time, and it's becoming very, very demoralizing for the battalion and company commanders on the Ukrainian front to hold it. So it's going to implode. So it's better would be that they negotiate, and I think Seymour Hersh article has some sense, because there are negotiations now being taken, and maybe Russians have given assurances to the second line of command that in case you negotiate at this and let's finish it with honor, then they demilitarize as far as NATO is concerned, no more membership of NATO, and Ukraine becoming a buffer state between Russia and Europe. So it could be a win-win for all those commanders. So I would say that in coming month you'll find things accelerating towards the Russian objectives. And right from the outset, we said the objective was to demilitarize, in that sense that they could have the military, but politically they should not become an alliance against the Russians. So I think Putin is very close to that. So most probably mid of next year there'll be end game for Ukraine, and probably now it's the negotiating stage where both sides can agree and they can overthrow the political. I think there are elections also going to take place in Ukraine, which I think Zelensky probably has said that he's not going to hold. So, and what have they gained ultimately? Is Ukraine better off? If there are no more supplies coming from NATO and there's a harsh winter, maybe some of the European countries would also agree that if it could be a negotiated settlement.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like
Meddy,
to...
if I can.
Go ahead. I just want to talk about production when you're done.
Okay, well, I'm going to talk about what Wyatt mentioned, which is this Seymour Hersh rumor of negotiations. So, firstly, there's good reasons to think that that's not a real thing. Lavrov was denied permission to land in Bulgaria. He poured water on it. He said that there's nobody to negotiate with and they're not interested. So, on the face of it, the Russians aren't playing ball. But someone mentioned, I think it was Makady-san said Arestovich. Arestovich is a really interesting player in this, right? Like, you might not know who he is, but he's a popular politician within Ukraine because he's not rabidly anti-Russian. He is pro-NATO, though, right? He's very pro-NATO. He's NATO's second guy. He's NATO's plan B for Ukraine. He's a military man by training, and he's been cultivated by NATO for many years. He talks nice to the Russians. He stands up for Russian human rights and linguistic groups inside Ukraine. Now, it's really interesting to see what's happened to Arestovich, because it tells you a lot about the political situation in Russia, in Ukraine, and in NATO, right? Because these are, if we want to know what's going to happen, we have to look at the political situation and the political fortunes in Russia and in Ukraine and in NATO. So let's have a look at Arestovich. Arestovich is hiding in the West. He's not allowed in Ukraine. The SBU, the secret police of Ukraine, are hunting him down because he committed grave sins like defending Russian human rights, right? He's considered a Russian stooge. Now, in Russia, Belarus and Russia have declared him a terrorist. They will kill him if they catch him, right? And this is the pro-Russian guy, right? The Russians and the Belarusians are very hostile towards Arestovich. They will not negotiate with him, right? Now, you've got to wonder why. Well, in both cases. So NATO's guy that NATO wants to negotiate, right? He's not being accepted in Ukraine and he's not being accepted in Russia either. Now, you've got to understand why. Russia, it's pretty easy. Russia had the Minsk agreement. That turned to nothing. They end up fighting a war. Their aims are clear. They will not have NATO in Ukraine. So anyone who's a NATO creature is a non-starter, right? And so Russia is playing for the whole deal. Russia wants a client state in Ukraine. Russia wants NATO out of Ukraine. And this is why Seymour Hersh's argument is it's wishful thinking, right? Because it would be political suicide for Putin or anybody else, for that matter, in Russia, to make a deal that allowed NATO to have any part of Ukraine. That would be a loss, right? Now, regardless of geopolitics and what's good and what's bad, it's political suicide. So it's very unlikely it's going to happen unless Russia was in a position where they had no choice militarily, and that's not the case, right? So Russia is playing for the whole game. Now, the thing about Arestovich being chased out of Ukraine by the Gestapo there is really interesting because it's the nationalist radicals who've chased him out, right? Now, the thing about the nationalist radicals in Ukraine that everyone needs to understand is NATO doesn't control them. Ukraine is like a dog on a leash that's fierce as hell, right? And NATO feeds it, but NATO doesn't control it. And one of the things that NATO has overlooked in this whole thing is that the people that the Ukrainian nationalists hate most in this world are the Polish. And so any settlement, any peace negotiation between Russia and NATO that involves Ukraine has got to position Ukrainian nationalists with respect to the Polish command inside NATO. And once you start thinking about that, you begin to understand why a great many Ukrainian nationalists, for all their rhetoric about how much they hate Russia, they hate Poland more, and they are not going to accept a settlement which puts them subordinate to Polish military commanders in Eastern Europe. And the fact is that Poland is America's man and NATO's man in Eastern Europe. And the Polish are not going to accept Ukraine having power over them and policy in Eastern Europe. So this balance between Poland and Ukraine is critical, right? And that is the reason that Russia wants the whole thing, right? Because they believe they can get it. See, Russia is not saying you have to love us, and we're going to kill you if you've said bad things about Russia. That's not Russia's peace conditions. Russia's peace conditions are really simple. No NATO, right? No NATO in Ukraine. They want the whole lot. Whatever denazification means, that just means saying you're sorry and I'm not a Nazi, right? Demilitarization means complete control and surrender. Russia is playing for the whole lot, and they believe they can get it. And now that they know Ukraine better than anyone, right? The reason that they think they can get it is because they understand that geopolitically, Ukraine and Poland in bed together is not going to happen. And when we have a look at what happens to Arestovich and his fortunes, he's NATO's boy, right? He can't even be in Ukraine right now. And so, you saw the relationship between Poland and Ukraine break down over the last few months and even earlier. This is why, right? NATO's game was always to get Zelensky to invite the Polish military into the West to break up Ukraine. NATO would get a big chunk of land. The NATO banks would get a big chunk of land and real estate, paying mortgages to them. It was going to be a win, and Russia would lose Western Ukraine. That's a net win, right? Russia doesn't want that, and the nationalists in Ukraine don't want that. And so what's happening now is the negotiations are already going on between the nationalists in Ukraine and Russia, right? And part of that negotiation is that we're not seeing total war. We're seeing skirmishes along the line. Russia is not going to lose a great deal of material and men, right, while they're negotiating, and Ukrainians as well. They're not going to lose a great deal of material and men while they're negotiating. When you have a look at the way NATO is treating Ukraine, they don't want to be part of it anymore. Look at Stoltenberg and the rest of it, because I think NATO is starting to wake up to the fact that the Ukrainians will make a peace with Russia that involves no NATO before they'll allow Poland in and before they'll be subordinate to Poland inside Eastern Europe. And so I think that the way this pans out is that we'll see a settlement when there's a change of government in the US, because as soon as there's a change of government in the US, the new government can blame it all on Biden, cut their losses and run. And Russia will probably say, yeah, we'll help Ukraine repay its debt, right, to the bankers from the West, and then they just won't. That's how that kind of works historically. But to save face, there'll be a financial settlement. But the way this ends is that there's no NATO in Ukraine. Because if you think about it, NATO in Ukraine, forget Russia, that means that the Polish have seniority over the Ukrainian nationalists. And that's not realistic. That's untenable. And so that's why I say, if you want to understand, have a look at Arestovich and look at his story, because it tells us, it really tells the picture. Okay, that's what I think of that Seymour Hersh thing.
Well said, Toby.
I was going to say, what if the Russians are just negotiating in bad faith? Because it leaks out the negotiations are going on. Maybe guys pull their punches and don't make offensive moves and fight as hard because they think the peace deal's coming. I mean, for all we know, Russia's pretending to negotiate with every intention of doing what the West did to them. I mean, just string these guys along while they continue to grind them up. Pretend there's some kind of talking going on and some bullshit hope. And then, they just keep killing it.
Vaughan, the Russians, for all intents and purposes, are saying there are no negotiations. All the Russian public statements from Lavrov and Putin are there are no negotiations. But in fact, right, the front line's not all that hot. And you've got to wonder about whether or not there are backdoor negotiations going on. So I think it's kind of the opposite of that. I think the Russians maybe in bad faith,
but they might just be letting it out just to, give people this false hope or this false narrative that there's some secret negotiations just to stir trouble up, just to sow doubt. I mean,
but did
they don't really have any. There's really no reason for Russia to negotiate in good faith, anyways. I mean, honestly, they're going to win, so why even negotiate? I mean, just pretend and string them along and then fuck them over in the end, just like they did you. I mean, that's probably what they're going to do anyway.
So let me say something quick about this whole Seymour Hersh thing. So one, if you read the whole thing, the one thing you'll notice is the name Zaluzny is used multiple times.
Yeah.
So personally, I believe Seymour Hersh is being a useful idiot, and this is a snipe on Zaluzny. I don't like the guy myself, but this is being used to snipe on Zaluzny. There is no way Russia would be negotiating, talking about a part of Ukraine will become a member of NATO. Then Vladimir Putin would have to explain to the people of Russia why they've been fighting this whole time. It cannot work. Like, he cannot survive that. His approval rating may be in the 80s, but it would terribly end up for them.
Yeah,
but this is about Zaluzny. And Toby, I also wanted to mention that Arestovich is in the United States.
Yeah.
So I for a long time, I thought he was in a European country, but then I was like, how come the nationalists can't get to him? And then I came later to learn that he's actually in the United States. But yeah, Seymour Hersh, I don't know whether he knows whether he's getting used in this, because there are a lot of factions both in the United States and in Ukraine. Very many. for you to keep tabs on these factions and actually know what each side is playing on, you basically have to be within the intelligence community to actually know. It's very complicated. There's so many moving parts. So if Arestovich is in the United States and is making all these statements talking about 300,000 Ukrainians are dead in this war, and he's in the US, he's under somebody's protection in the United States. That dude is not living in an apartment in Pennsylvania. I promise you that. So it's the same thing within Ukraine. These guys are fighting, and I don't think they're fighting for leadership. I think they're trying to survive. They're trying not to die. Between Zelensky and Zelensky, they're not fighting for leadership. Whoever whoever the Ukrainian people eventually point a finger to will be put to trial and put to death. Whoever is responsible for it.
A question for Toby. Well, I mean, that's why you put the story out there, just to sow doubt with people.
Yeah, a question for Toby.
Let Meddy go. I'm sorry.
A question for Toby. So Russia wants to get the lot of Ukraine. So what's going to happen when they do to people like Zelensky? Because this guy is, support because he always taking picture with that guy behind him. So what's going to happen?
Zelensky's a soldier. He works for a living, right? He'll be fine.
Yeah, but Russia wants this notification in Ukraine. And that
Zelensky's not a Nazi. He's a soldier. He works for a living, man. He's a soldier. He's always been a soldier. He's not some oligarch. He hasn't enriched himself through arms deals with NATO. He hasn't tied himself to NATO. He's tied himself to Ukraine. In fact, Zelensky would be extremely useful for bringing, in fact, it'd almost be critical to bring the army onto the side of Russia. Zelensky is a leader of men. He commands respect, right? He's a professional soldier. Russia will want him inside the tent pissing out, not outside pissing out.
What about the other one, Budanov?
No, he's a clown.
So he's dead.
They'll go and live in Florida or Tel Aviv or somewhere, wherever those people go at the end of this. Poland.
Okay, I'd like to speak on behalf of Florida. We don't want them here in Florida. They can go anywhere
what do you ever
else.
get what you want?
I would like to make a quick comment because then I have to leave. If you look at the end game, there'll be definitely info ops going from all sides. So let's look at Russia, Ukrainian, let's say, people inside the command structure at the middle level, and then NATO and Poland. And then we see how they maximize the end game. Because I think in the heart of their hearts, everybody knows that not much support is going to now come from NATO in terms of resources or military hardware because they are engaged in the second front. So it means that all sides will try to now maximize in the end state. End state is apparently going to be visible by mid of next year. So I'll go with, I think, Toby, I'm not saying that Seymour Hersh article is true, but it's part of the info ops, the bargaining chips at the end game. Because there's also talk of balkanization of Ukraine by, let's say, Poland occupying Western Ukraine, or the northwestern side, Moldova taking care of other things. And that will probably be the NATO's foothold desire in case area east of the Dnieper River is lost and Kiev is threatened. So they'll have, some bridgehead. And definitely Putin would not like that. Putin would also not like to have permanent animosity with whatever is left of Ukraine, whosoever comes. So he would like to then offer them, some bargaining space because they have to have a working relationship. There's a lot of bloodshed which has taken place. And in case he can offer peace where NATO is thrown out, demilitarized. So the initial objective, right from the word go, especially this phase of the war in the last 2 years, and then in the middle, this year in March, they were very close to negotiations. So I would say that info ops is happening from all sides, especially Poland, US, NATO, and Ukraine and Russia. And within Ukraine now, there are very clear groups, as you are mentioning. There are people who are fighting on the ground and suffering on daily basis. So there are military commanders answerable to their battalion commanders, so they would like to end it. Putin would like to have a neutral Ukraine, which is not very hostile and not balkanized, and then probably US, NATO, and the West trying to throw in some spanners that they could secure something out of the end game. So I would say that most probably there's going to be implosion within Ukraine. I don't know who is negotiating with the Russians, but that is most probable, that in case they are saying they are worried about their country, people have to come back and live there. In case Russia can offer them an arrangement that they can come back and Ukraine can still maintain its integrity with all the assurances given to Russia that this will not be used as a NATO springboard against Russia in future. So most probably things are like that. So there are a lot of info ops. So that's my last point. Thank you so much for giving me time. It was a very long time that I did not come in because of my commitments. And I still have a lot of commitments with my own media because of certain events taking place. And really, it was a pleasure. And thank you so much.
Good to see you, Waka. Hope you like the cricket.
Hey, Wakar,
Yeah.
I subscribe to your YouTube channel. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure meeting you, and I respect the mustache game. We need more mustaches around here. Nunya, expecting you to grow one. All right, I want more mustaches around here.
Yeah, Vaughn, I think if you put a little effort in, you could blow us away with a mustache. Just got to focus on it for a while.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take it easy, man.
Take
Thank
it
you,
easy.
Waka. So you guys can follow Waka on his YouTube channel, Wiki Talks 36 something. Later I will drop the link. And Meddy is back again. He seems to have bad connection.
Go, Meddy.
Oh, wait. I've had my hand up forever. I'm going to fucking say what I'm going to say. By God, I fought this hard. I'm going to complete it. About the Hersh's article, let me ask you this. To me, it looks like both sides have a game that's being played. But if you look at it in game theory, at least the way I look at it, it is the Ukrainians who benefit by the stalling of time. And that could be what this is. These commanders are out there in the background trying to stall for time, telling the Russians anything they can to try to get time stalled. But the Russians they have no reason to negotiate. Not only that, who the hell can they trust? I mean, nobody from the West can be thrown to them that they can trust. So, to me, is in the short run, in the long run, it means nothing to Russia to negotiate now. They're at the point of just flattening them if they want to. Why would they negotiate? It's like negotiating a tie with 1 second left in a football game when you're winning 70-1. You know what I mean? There's no point in it.
I think Russia really does not want to take heavy losses, and for two reasons. For one thing, they kind of have to be ready for another war. I mean, ultimately, the biggest reason, or the biggest victory, or the biggest objective of the whole West in this entire thing, actually has nothing to do with Ukraine. It's just a matter of weakening Russia. That's the overarching objective. If Russia can come out of this without having any kind of weakness, any kind of even moment of idleness where they have to recover after this war, if they can just come back kicking, without having a big heavy loss that they have to recover from, that is going to completely crush the basic objective of the West here. So I think that's very high in Russia's mind. The second thing is that Russia does have a pretty bad demography. And they're basically, I think, trying to play a game where they can get as big of a baby boom from this war with as little of a loss of life, right? So they're trying to maximize that ratio of baby boom to losses. So they don't want to take too many losses, but they want to make the soldiers as they want to get as many soldiers as possible to come back home.
I think NATO.
Well, one thing is that in order for that, though, that means you spring out the war. And at some point, the Russians are going to go on offense. They are going to take losses. This is war. They are not adverse to taking losses. They will not do it unnecessarily. but we are not seeing them on the attack yet. A lot of people are just totally confused about what is going to happen if they unleash and unload, like I think they're gonna. But I've been saying that for a long time. I don't know if they ever will, but I'm telling you, what you're going to see is going to be very different from what you see now. They will be making further strikes deeper in to make strategic moves take place.
I disagree.
That's
I disagree, and I can talk about that if you like, Meddy. The thing is, Russia is not going to go on the offensive, not just because they don't want to take casualties. I don't think they care much about the demographics. That's not the issue. The reason that they're not going to go on the offensive primarily is because all wars are about money, right? And Russia has got Ukraine exactly where they want them. You know, everyone's looking at this like a boxing match, and they think that Russia has to knock Ukraine out with a big offensive, right? Because that's the analogy. They've got to land a big knockout punch. But it's not. This is MMA. Russia is choking Ukraine out. Russia has Ukraine in a chokehold, and it's just choking him out, right? Ukraine's economy is... Hey, let me finish. Ukraine's economy is absolutely destroyed. And this happened a year ago when they hit all the infrastructure throughout the whole country. The US and NATO, one of the reasons that they are trying to get a peace negotiation is because they're paying for Ukraine, right? The Ukrainian economy is not paying for Ukraine. And that's $100 billion a year economy. Everyone in Ukraine is being paid for with NATO bucks, right? And if NATO don't get a settlement, if Ukraine actually goes and makes peace with Moscow, Moscow's not going to pay that money back, right? And every day this goes on, right, the West is bleeding more money into a black hole. And if NATO have already come to the conclusion that Poland and Ukrainian nationalists are not going to play nice, and that there's no reasonable future where they all sing Kumbaya as part of an Eastern European NATO, if the penny is dropped amongst the great savants in NATO that that's not going to happen, they just want to get out. Meanwhile, Russia, right? Russia is quite happy because think of the irony. This war was supposed to weaken Russia. If Russia drags this on for another year or two, taking minimal losses, keeping the front lines short, keeping the supply short, right, and just bleeding money into Ukraine, because you don't think the Ukrainians are stealing all that NATO money just as far as they can get their grubby little mitts on it? Like, this is a choke-out situation. Russia don't need a knockout punch because they're not losing the fight. Think about it. You only need a knockout punch if you've already lost the first 8 rounds. Russia has Ukraine in a chokehold. They are bleeding NATO white in Ukraine, and they're doing it cheaply. They're not going to go on the offensive. That's why they're not taking territory. The less territory they take, the more territory NATO has to pay to maintain. All those firemen, all those policemen, all those teachers, all those garbage collectors, that's all being paid for by Vaughan with his taxes. And you, Meddy, you're paying for that shit. Russia's not going to let you off the hook.
Bold of you to assume I pay taxes.
But you say that it's costing Russia nothing. That's not right. How long are they going to support all these men in the field? How long can they keep it up? How much does that
They've been
cost?
doing it for over 1,000 years, Meddy.
Hey, I didn't interrupt
That's
you.
what, Meddy, that's what they do.
But hold on.
It's a business.
Right now, the Ukrainian army is right to be attacked. They have no defense. Why would you not attack when you have all the benefits of moving forward right in front of you? All the Ukrainians have to do, Toby, in your situation is step back to secondary line. Then what? Russia's got to move forward. There's only one way to end it. It's going to end a lot quicker. It's not going to last for years. The Russians, I don't believe, want it to last for years. Their public is not going to allow it to last for years. Plus, all these people out of the economy are actually hurting the Russian production right now. They even said so because many of the mechanical people that have signed contracts are from the Russian defense industry. So they can't have them out there forever. It costs money in the long run. I'm telling you, they are not going to go another year or two.
So
Because
Toby,
in the end, if you're just hanging on to a corpse, you got to let it go. You stop on its face and you walk in the door. Because choking it out anymore is it's just the corpse. It's just a matter of you spending money for no reason.
all right, I have a question for Toby because he has a very balanced take on this that I agree with for the most part, but I'd like to get your take on this because you seem like the guy to ask for this. How do you feel about Odessa being on the menu? Do you think that they'll at least try to roll Odessa up while maintaining the chokehold, or do you think that they're just going to call
the whole thing? It's the whole thing, man. Russia wants the whole thing, and Russia's going to get the whole thing too.
Oh yeah, over time, the siege and chokehold. I agree with your take there, but do you think
all war
they're trying to roll
ends
it up?
with a political settlement, one way or another, right? And Russia knows that this ends with a political settlement, and they know Ukraine better than any of us here. If Ukraine was going to be part of NATO, it would have already happened by now, and little Polish children would be sitting down with little Ukrainian nationalist children, waving their little flags and singing songs together. And that's not happening, and it hasn't happened, right? And Russia is going to remember it was the Soviet Union that built Ukraine, right, out of pieces of other people's country. They've done it once; they'll get it back. Like Meddy, look, I can see what Meddy is saying about the cost of war, but we're talking about politics and business here. The people in the United Russia Party who are calling the shots, they own shares in the military-industrial complex. As long as they can go on television and tell Russian TV mums that everything's cool and that the Russian army is strong and that Russia has got good deals with China and India, as long as they are doing a sustainable chokeout, they're making bank from this. Not only that, they're making political bank, right? They're war heroes.
So, Toby, here's the question.
The Russians, the last thing they need to do is to ruin a good thing.
Toby, here's a question, though. So, if that's the case, and I agree with you mostly, but if that's the case, why then go for Avdiivka and Kupiansk and lose all those lives?
Well, you've got to put the pressure on the Ukrainians to get them to give up, right? Because the Ukrainians, if they're not under a lot of pressure from their own people, they'll continue to take NATO money forever as well. So, and you've got to keep up appearances, So
but
anyway,
means,
Vaughn, what
so
were
that
you
means
say?
Russia will just keep on advancing, right?
No, Russia will
then
advance where they have
If they
to.
don't, then
Well, they'll keep advancing until they've got something to shoot at, right? So obviously, if the Ukrainians just flee the front line, well, that's not a battle; that's a surrender, right? But Russia is not out to extend their front lines. They're not out to stretch themselves. They've got all their fortifications built. They've got all their people trained. Look at the way they've let them into Robotny and into that death pocket in Kherson, right? Yeah, cross the river and sit on the swampy mud flats and get shelled for however many weeks. The Ukraine is just, that whole counteroffensive was marching into killing zones. It was ridiculous, right? You couldn't have made it easier for Russian artillery. But anyway, Vaughn,
I just want to say one quick thing, Vaughn, just on Avdiivka. Just I think that the giving up some lives to get a chance of tightening the noose around Avdiivka a little bit more, I think that's a high easy play. You know what I'm saying? I think that the more that they tighten that noose, that's gonna pay dividends. They're gonna do a lot of fucking damage to Ukraine because they're definitely not gonna give up on Avdiivka. The Ukrainians are gonna hold Avdiivka forever. So the tighter that you get that control over the road that goes into Avdiivka, the harder it becomes to supply Avdiivka, the more people that have to get shoved through a smaller neck in order to get into Avdiivka. You're gonna get your money back and much more. I mean your lives, not your money, but same shit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as far as Russia, spending money on the war, how long they can go. I mean, realistically, they can go for the foreseeable future. I mean, this isn't like 1941. They aren't surprised. They've been getting their whole industry and military industrial complex and economy sanction proof for 10 years. They've been increasing production. they've already got a 1.1 million man army as of the other day. They should be 1.5 probably by sometime next year. I mean, I've heard other people that are analyzing the Russian buildup, and they're saying by the end of 2024, the term they used was the Russian ground forces would be monolithic based on the amount of men that they were bringing out. By the end of 2024, they were talking like they could almost put a completely combat equipped, trained division out per month. At the current projections of what they're building up, they're flush with money. They're paying good contracts. They're expanding all their production. I mean, I don't see them having any kind of problem in the foreseeable future that's going to hiccup that. I mean, unless something was to happen to their production lines or something like that. I mean, they're kind of insulated now. The West keeps talking about, we're going to build 100,000 shells. We're going to increase this, increase that. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's all talk to this point. Meanwhile, the Russians, are continuing to expand their production. They're making new deals to create new revenue streams. So I think realistically, they'll be fine for the next, hell, they could probably go another 5 years if you want. They're every day they talk about how they're building more shit and paying more and, making new deals and helping people out. I mean, who knows what's going on behind the scenes as far as with Africa and stuff, but I don't think they're going to have a problem getting resources or money to do whatever they want. And the West is just bleeding dry. And, if we started, using our commodities and stuff and doing stuff like Russia does, then we could probably compete better and maybe blunt what Russia's doing. But, the way Russia's positioned themselves and what the West is trying to do, Ukraine is just a done deal. The Russians are going to push where they want, and they're going to take what they want if it's available because there's nobody there. There might be some stuff around Kupiansk that gets picked up in Bakhmut and Kremenaya probably over the next, maybe till the end of the year. Maybe they'll straighten those lines out. Honestly, anything past Robotny heading down towards Kherson isn't even worth talking about. All that was a fucking slaughter fest of dudes they sent to their deaths. They showed pictures of that Krinky city. Or village. You can see literally where it's been plastered repeatedly by fabs, and those guys didn't have a chance. And that, I saw a video the other day where there was 4 or 5. They were breaking contact and basically running for their lives. They didn't get in the damn boat. They just waded across the water and climbed up this concrete ramp and ran off into the woods while guys were laying down covering fire. I don't know how many started out, but only 6 guys came back. So. And Robotny's getting flattened out. Avdiivka, that's just going to be bad news, just like Bakhmut. But yeah, I think the Russians are just going to keep pushing, and then when they want to go somewhere, they will, and they'll just wait till like Odessa. They're not going to attack Odessa. They're just going to roll there and drive there and take it when they want, when there's literally no one left to stop them. And that's probably in the next 6 months, if it keeps going the way it is.
So I just wanted to follow up with on a point Vaughn just mentioned about the timeline. We need to remember that Russia planned for 3 years. So they planned for this to be a 3-year war, of which we're now entering year 2, right? Or finishing year 2, I should say. So they've been planning this all along, and they've also been boosting their production all along. Also, we need to keep in mind that, as Vaughn mentioned, they're flush in cash. Reason being, when they had planned for this to be a 3-year war, they also planned for their economy to shrink by, high-end estimate was 25%. And their economy didn't drop anywhere near that the first year. And now they're growing this year. So that original plan that had that 3-year plan in mind was based on a much lower general revenue than what they have. So yeah, they can ramp up, and that's what we're seeing now.
I think those have been very fair points that have been made, and I disagree. I think they're going to go sooner than later. But you know, like was just mentioned, the Russians are working off an operational order plan. I don't think it has in it to stop and pause and let the politicians do their thing. I think that they are working to their plan. They're finishing up this phase. And then the next phase will be moving through outside of this area that was heavily contested with all these minefields in it. And the further deeper they go, the less minefields they'll encounter because there's a limited supply for Ukraine. They're not everywhere. People have to understand that. They're mostly at the front. Once you're through that, it's more of an open maneuver warfare type of thing. And they're at the edge of that now. So I don't know. I think they're going to go sooner or later.
I'm not disagreeing with you so much.
I get you.
I mean, I think, you know, they might go sooner if things break their way sooner. But I mean, you got to factor in, no matter what, the name of the game is attrition and killing and denazification. So if going sooner means less denazification, then they're not going to go. But if the opportunity presents themselves just to roll forward and just slaughter them like they want, then they'll probably take that chance. And I see with this winter coming, there being a lot of opportunities for that to happen in different parts along the front line. It's just we have to wait and see what happens. But I mean, going sooner, going later, I think that really just depends on the conditions. But I think I always factor in that, you know, the bottom line is they want to kill as many of the Ukrainian soldiers as possible, or at least take them off the battlefield. So that's the only reason they'll go forward, if it's a guaranteed pickup of bodies or POWs. If not, they're going to sit back and do it.
Let me ask you guys this. Have you guys noticed that there hasn't been reports of artillery duels or fire as much as there has been in recent months? Now it's kind of dark and you don't hear a thing. This is one of the reasons why I think they're going to go sooner or later, because per Russian doctrine, defensive lines are built to counterattack or attack from at a later date. What they do is they move the artillery forward. So while they're moving, they wouldn't be firing, would they? They can't. So, and you don't want them to fire until you need them, because you don't want the Ukrainian forces to be able to locate them. And I think that's why we're seeing it a lot more quieter. Now, it could be because the drones are not able to be used as much for spotting, but you know, pay attention to some of these things. They're still very touchy allowing observation drones to go into Crimea. Believe it or not, they're still shutting off much of the Crimea from being observed by the Ukrainians. And now that we see that they can disrupt satellite imagery, you know, there's a lot going on, a lot of masquerade. Who knows? History is going to prove who's right and wrong. I think it's just going to be a mixture of all of this. You know, we're all going to have some right things. We're all going to have some wrong.
History is just going to prove who wins. It's not going to prove who's right and wrong.
But then, speaking of money, so there's one thing I've come to realize. I wasn't thinking about it like that, but I realized something. The Russians actually have a lot of money. So they had like a $75 billion like surplus. So money-wise, that's not their biggest issue at this point. And when it comes to production, and like what that other guy was saying, that he can pinpoint every single factory that Russia has, they are building facilities upon facilities, and I expect them to, because Putin seems to run that country as if he's a business manager. He does it quite well, and most of those guys on top are not out there because of political favor, as Western media tries to make people feel. Most of these guys are actually very good managers.
They get it done.
Like the head of industry, Denis Manturov. Manturov is not a charismatic guy at all. Like he doesn't speak well and all that. He's there because he's a hell of an organizer. And then
he put people there that deliver.
Yes,
he expects results, and they bring him results, and that's why it works. I mean, just like what you're saying, as far as them increasing production. I mean, go look at the Irkutsk, Sukhoi factory. That place was already massive, and they're already expanding that. I mean, that's just one aircraft factory in one city. I mean, and they're increasing tank factory production, artillery, ammunition, self-propelled guns, all the AFVs, tanks. I mean, I even heard reports that they think it's higher than 200 a year in T90Ms. They think it's closer to 400.
You know, the problem
But who
with
knows?
Russia, the problem with Russia is what's gonna happen after Putin. Who's gonna take over? They're gonna need someone like him, you know.
Probably
because
Medvedev.
Probably Dan Cassidy.
I like that guy, Von, but that guy once was a proper Western puppet.
It's gonna be a guy called Alexei.
He was there for
Putin.
4 years.
You
and
got to
he was
have
a-
Medvedev, but you got to have some dude with crazy eyes to keep everybody in line so they don't think anything's changed. And he's a good dude for that.
Who'd you say, Macchiati?
It's gonna be the governor of Tula, Alexei Dumin.
Never heard of him. What's his
Yes,
deal?
yes, he used to be. He was the architect of the little green man in Crimea, and I've watched how he's been moved to all important positions within, from being head of Putin's security to being from there moved on to FSB, GRU, and then he was made like a deputy prime minister, and then moved to the governor of Tula. And Tula is a very, very important region in Russia. And he's very, very close with Putin. So that guy, I observed it. And actually, these guys called Russians with Attitude. It's a YouTube channel. They were both saying that they're both from Russia. They were both laughing about it, saying, yeah. But we're gonna be moving from Putin to Dumin.
If they can go, another Putin.
You know who it's going to be? Prigozhin's going to come back from the dead.
Mr. Lambo's
Oh,
had his
my
hand
God.
up, and I want to speak on production before we move off topic. So I'll go after Mr. Lambo.
We can't hear you,
Lambo.
Mute. It ain't me this time.
No, he's not muted, but his mic is just not working.
Yeah, because he's French, but he doesn't want to admit it.
He's not French. He's Belgian.
Your microphone does not work.
Boy, how dare you?
Oh man, Mr. was mad. He can't say nothing back.
Lambo failed the initiation to the headphone mafia.
It's okay, man. We can't all make
Okay, Meddy, continue then.
Did he make it in?
Not yet.
That's the best time to make fun of him because he can't talk back.
No, I'm not going to make fun of him.
Go ahead, man, since he can't talk.
Yeah. So what I was going to say about the production thing is I've actually weighed in. Okay, are you here now? I'll stop. Let you go. You're breaking up, brother.
It's not good.
I just bought a new laptop. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the first time I try it. Now I just want to come a little bit back. I just have a question. Since when did we thought that Ukraine will win that war? Somebody
Since 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, right.
Well, ever since Wayne came out, he educated us.
Since the start, you already knew Russia going to win that. Why? Because it's fucking big. It has everything. And it was just Ukraine needed to know that also, So you don't even need to make a discussion about it. For we was going to win. Just wait, Russia is going to win.
Listen, you need to do some study some Common Core math and get those thoughts out of your head. Ukraine still has a chance, just as Ron Paul can still win the 2012 election.
Ah, right. I forgot you were on YouTube, so we need to say, Ukraine is maybe going to win that one. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Ukraine is going to win right after
2 more weeks, boys.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to send in beavers. Yeah, beavers to block the rivers and flood everything. Yeah, right.
As Zelensky said, I need 3 more cities, just 3 more cities.
Yes, and a big pile of white powder also. Yeah, yes.
I wanted to talk about production. It's something that I'm very familiar with. I've actually laid in entire production lines of $1 million machines, multi-million dollar machines going in. And Americans have this total lack of understanding about how a ramping up of production would have to happen and why it cannot happen in the United States as it is. Andrei Martinov did a great video on this, and I put on some screenshots of the comparison of U.S. steel production to that of around the world. also aluminum. Let me tell you something. We don't have the foundries that are large enough on hand that could make the bases that you have to have that weigh tons of metal that these machines have to go on. We don't have the industry to do that anymore. So to be able to get machining, we first have to reach out across the sea, usually to Asia, to get those machine centers in, which has to happen at least 1 year lead time. Do you really think they're gonna shorten that lead time right now if it's coming from China or South Korea, seeing how the shipping industry is all fucked up? No. So what's going to happen is that Americans are expecting us to be able to pump out shells, tanks, and all this. It can't be done like you think. To be able to put these new machining centers into a machining factory that's in operation, I was in one where we had to tear off the roof to drop the machines in. These machines have to sit on their own isolated pad, which they are connected to, that are vibration proof from the rest of the shop floor, that weigh hundreds of tons. The pits have to be dug 10 to 12, 8 to 10 feet deep. They're poured with concrete cement that is rebarred. And then there's at least 30 screws that will stick up so the machine bed itself mounts. That takes almost a year to complete. That means we had to get the crane to lower in a backhoe just to dig these things, and then pick the thing up and move it out of the factory.
But enough about your mother's couch.
Huh?
But enough about your mother's couch.
I made my point. People got to get a concept of this. It is not a quick thing. And I talked to I had a DM with Brian Valetic. Let me finish. I had a DM with Brian Valetic about this, and what I asked him was, do you see any indication that the United States or the West is really trying to ramp up production in military? No.
Okay.
They're not adding additional machining centers. They're not adding any of this stuff. I live in a hotbed of where it's done. I have friends that work in mid-main machine. They're the ones that turn big parts for the military. Their orders are not going up. They're around stagnant right now. So make of it what you will, but if you're going to ramp up production, you got to have the materials to be able to produce. And if you don't got the castings, which all come mostly from China because we have no foundries, so all that has to be built before we even begin. So I'll stop there.
Meddy, hold on. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll speak I have a question for every one of you here. Let's fast forward 2 months. Russia have basically pushed Ukraine behind the Dnieper River. How does Russia maintain that vast area? It's going to cost money, manpower, military, and everything you can put on NATO. If Ukraine maintain the current position, so it costs Ukraine or NATO a lot of money to keep Ukraine in these regions. If Ukraine wants to go across the Dnieper, it basically forces Russia 10 times more the size they currently have to maintain. How does Russia maintain that?
That's for you, Vaughn.
I don't think Russia is going to be pushing Ukraine to the Dnieper in 2 months. Maybe in a year and a half.
This is just hypothetical questions now. Let's say they push them. Yeah.
Because the river is a natural defense, so you can keep the land if you have the river as a natural defense.
To answer your question shortly, in a long enough timeline, that particular piece of land will become profitable. Whatever money you put into it, more than likely it will bring back the money in a long enough timeline. These countries think like 50 years ahead. So Mariupol and all that farmland in the east, eventually, and all the coal that they have there and the gas in the Black Sea coast, eventually it's gonna pay off. And so I think
eventually, well, but you have to maintain it before you get to that profit level. So how would they maintain it?
Well, maintain it. You're talking about like maintaining the cities,
militarily,
giving them pensions and all that. Oh, Russia is making a lot of money from the gas money and oil. They can basically maintain the population long enough, even rebuild the infrastructure to a considerable level. long
Hey, see, they
enough
can
for
defend the
it to be
military
profitable.
also. They can also defend the military also.
Militarily, as long as there's no direct hostilities, the military would not be hard to maintain. You just have people out there in the trenches and surveillance just running everything. I think they could pull it off.
The Russians get
going
more
back
bang
down.
for their buck per dollar. They've got a lot more expansion they can go. I mean, they've got a lot of room to expand. I mean, pennies on the dollar for tanks, planes, ammo, and the numbers they buy it. I mean, they've got, and with them being flush in cash, and like Nunya's point, they had planned for worst case scenario. It wasn't even close to that bad. So not only did they have the minimal surplus they thought they might have had or just broke even, they made way more than they thought. So I really don't see them having any cash flow problems or funding anything they plan on doing for the next few years.
Go ahead, Meddy.
I think one of the things that we have to consider is the position the Ukrainians are in, because they're short on manpower. Their most optimal thing to do right now is to retreat back to more defensible positions that are much smaller than trying to defend this whole constant line that they're in now. They are spread way too thin. There's multiple breaks in the line with basically nothing in front of some of the Russian units. Just but conscripts in a couple trenches, and that's it. I mean, there is the Ukrainians. They really need to get into a secondary line before they just get totally overrun. And I don't know if they're trying to do that, and that's what the role is.
They never make the right call.
No,
you're
don't.
saying that we've been preaching it for. They should have fucking fallen back to a second line before Bakhmut, probably.
Yeah, we were saying that.
I mean, it's always they're gonna fucking they're gonna fuck up in Avdiivka and hold it too long and lose way more guys. You're talking about them breaking through. You're right, they're gonna break through. It just depends on where they subdivided units and shaved units away. And the Russians are eventually going to find that spot and they're going to break through it. It's going to be because of all the stupid decisions they make, like let's hold Avdiivka to the bitter end, let's hold Marinka to the bitter end, let's hold Robotny to the bitter end, let's go cross into Kherson. So all those guys that they could have saved for your defensive line you want so bad, they're all fucking dead. So it's only a matter of time before the Russians find the hole.
Well, Vaughn,
it's like they're like water. Right. Eventually. Water's always going to find the most away.
Hitler's last move was to build fortress cities and defend them to the end. With that, left German commanders going, "You gotta be fucking nuts."
But they won't do that. They never do that.
Crazy. So
guys, come on, guys. Let's give
fighting a PR.
Let's give CFL some talking time.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple points, and then I'm going to take it off to bed. On the points of who's going to maintain it, couple of things. Number one, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but once you get past like Mykolaiv and Odessa, there's not a whole lot between the Russians and Kiev right now. As it's basically empty space, a couple little villages and shit like that there. That's one thing. The other thing that I think we need to point out is Russia mobilized 300,000 troops last year. Those troops have largely been doing nothing but training. Like, yeah, they might go out and do a couple little like field trips out on the front line. This is what the front line, this is a trench and shit like that. But they haven't really been engaged. They've just been training for the last year. That was 300,000 plus. I think today or yesterday, they mobilized another 170. So I don't think they have a manpower problem. Anyway, that's all I had to leave you with, and have a good one, guys. Cheers. I'm out.
Pleasure meeting you, man.
All right, cheers.
Peace, Nanya.
CFL, go on.
Just gonna say that I think a lot of people are gonna move deeper inside Russia in the new regions, and these regions are gonna be like resource-heavy, uninhabited areas, because nobody's gonna come back. Bakhmut is not gonna get rebuilt anytime soon because it's completely destroyed. They rebuilt Mariupol just to show the world that we can destroy cities and we can rebuild them in a year if we want. But they're not going to do it for every city because it's very expensive. So what's going to happen is that the people that live in Ukraine now, like eastern Ukraine, they're going to move inside Russia, and these new regions will be just slowly rebuilt, but it will be like resource rich areas that few people will live. It's going to be sparsely populated region for the next few decades. That's my view.
I think you
Yeah,
will
Ukraine. Don't forget,
given to
Ukraine
the
is a
private
big
company.
country. It's the biggest country in Europe actually.
It's huge.
Out after Russia. Yeah. So
I just want to say something about this. Sorry, Vaj, I think you were done, but I just want to say something.
no, go on.
Yeah, just about the size of Ukraine, just to kind of educate people on this. I mean, people talk about Ukraine like it's fucking Estonia. It's like, oh, Russia should be able to conquer Ukraine in 3 days. I don't even know where Ukraine is on a map. That country is like the size of Georgia. That country. I mean, you got Vatican City, San Marino, Ukraine, Andorra. You know what I'm saying? It's a fucking microstate. Russia's gonna walk it over. This is so retarded. Everybody's talking about this shit as though Ukraine's gonna fall over. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Ukraine is a population of 40 million people, maybe a bit less,
Yeah.
but 40 million. Okay, 40 million. Russia is a population of 140.
They had
Now, I
51
wanna
million in 1991. Just
Yeah,
one point.
exactly. I mean, even if it's 20 million, it's still a lot, right? This is a huge
How are they
amount.
going to produce weapons?
And let's
Well,
not forget.
see, they don't need to. They get everything from the West, but that's beside the point. Just in terms of the pure population, just to kind of give people an idea of the
Where are
scale
the
of it,
weapons to
I
send them?
kind of
We
did.
already said it.
Well, I did the math on this, which was that if you consider like the ratio of the size of Ukraine versus the size of Russia, in terms of population, 40 million versus 140 million, that's actually comparable. If you put that onto the United States, that would be the equivalent of the Southwest United States. Let's say California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, the entire Southwest United States breaking off from the rest of the United States. And in that analogy, the rest of the United States would be Russia, and the Southwest United States would be Ukraine. That's the population ratio that we're talking about. This is a very serious proportion of people. Like, this was never going to be a war of 3 days. The only way that it would be 3 days would be if there was a political settlement that was reached, or if the ruling class just simply got up and flew away to Paris and Milan, which could have happened. But if it didn't, it was always going to be a multi-year war. So I it's not really apropos of anything.
Anyway, Russia never said they're gonna take 3 days. CNN came up with that bullshit.
Yeah, well, I think even some people in Russia thought so. I think Putin, even if he wasn't certain of it, I think he rolled his dice and he thought, you know what, maybe we can take this out in 3 days. Maybe the Ukrainian government is going to pussy out and just
How
fly.
can you take
I
a capital
believe
city?
all.
How can you
What-
take a capital city with 3 million people with 40,000 men?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why would Russia have done that?
No, I
Why
was
would Russia
thinking
have
one
done that?
Because it
Russia
was
was
an
trying to take
SMO.
away the Ukrainian ruling
It
class,
was
which they
a
failed to do.
special military operation. It wasn't an army. It wasn't an attack, just like a normal Russian attack. This was different. That's the thing. People are confusing the SMO, how Russia went into an SMO, with how they will go into direct warfare. It is a different thing. It is a completely different animal than what we're seeing right now.
It is an easier analogy if you just look at, actually the population is equivalent to Canada. So it's like, it's trying to say that you're going to conquer Canada in 3 days. It's like, how are you going to do that, man?
Well, that is doable, though, to be fair.
Come on, give the Canadians some credit.
To be fair, we go 4 Americans here. I think these 4 can take Canada.
We
Everyone
have to
can take
conquer Canada, guys. This is what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Okay, elect me to president.
You mean New
I will conquer
Calistan?
Canada.
Okay, let's get it clear. Let's get it clear. It's New Calistan now, and maybe Palestine. It's going to be New Calistan. I've heard
We
this
can all-
floated.
we can
I've
put
actually heard the
Kurdistan in there,
Indian
too.
community. Yeah, we could put Kurdistan, but
And
my favorite
Catalonia.
thing- Yeah, well,
And Scotland.
Nova
Nova Scotia?
No, let's not bring no Iberian motherfuckers into this. No. Let's check that there. All right.
Don't bring this shit to me.
like
That's all
the
I'm
term
saying.
Palestine, though, if we're just going to mix Calistan and
Palestine.
Palestine, and we're going to stick it in Canada, and we're just going to call it good. Forget about it.
I think the biggest question I had during this whole conflict was which goes out first, the political or the military, right? And that's still a question. Like what buckles first, And I'm still not sure. But what has things that have been happening in the past 2 weeks show that politically they are not as strong as we thought they were.
Zelensky's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I think it's also connected to the Western nations. I think the Western nations also are disagreeing among each other. That's why you're seeing one publication, Wall Street Journal, saying one thing, and New York Times saying a different thing, or whatever. There's also infighting among the Western nations. So the political may come first, but I strongly believe that Russia would not want this war to just end right now. And this is something I said on the previous open mic. They keep saying they want peace, but the Russians don't want peace. But they can't tell their people that they don't want peace because everybody doesn't want to stay fighting. But they do not want a nation. It's a very unpredictable nation. If you have an unstable nation left there as Ukraine, and if they were Nazi, that's fine. You're like, these are Nazis. We know what they are, right? The worst thing is to have a nation that doesn't know its identity or where it sits. That's a time bomb. And if Putin left that country like that, that would be a disaster and an absolute failure. So eventually, that country they have to figure out what they need to do with it, whether it needs to collapse and form a puppet government in Poland and leave the territory. Whatever is going to happen, they just can't be left there wondering where they are in limbo. That's a danger for the future. Even if they're left with 100,000 soldiers, they can cause a lot of damage. It can be a big problem in future.
Yeah, the far right. You know how many people died? Do you really think the far right that gonna survive? Just gonna say, okay, let's be friends again? There's no fucking way. Ukraine is
I was just going to say, if you look at what Russia's doing, you've got the military pressure campaign, you've got the diplomatic pressure campaign with the negotiations, you've got the political or the public pressure with the attacks on the infrastructure that are been stepping up more. I mean, it's like they're just pushing all of Ukraine's buttons right now and just seeing like what's going to give here, what's going to give there. And I mean, like I said before, the bottom line is they got to wipe out the Ukrainian threat, which is the army, and make sure NATO can't be in there and all that. And that's they're not going to stop until that's done. And I mean, if the opportunity comes to wrap it up quick, then I'm sure they will. But I think they're just going to. I mean, it's not to oversimplify it, but it's like they're kind of overlooking the whole battlefield, and it's like it's getting to the point where it's like they can kind of pick and choose where they want to engage and not engage. And I mean, it's almost like they can fall back and kind of let them come in, or they can push out. And at the same time, there's a guy whispering in there, "Hey, maybe we could still be friends." And then you got to worry about all the rumors coming out with the lack of funding and the lack of support. And I'm sure these guys are seeing what's going on in Israel and how everybody dropped everything for Israel. I mean, and then you got the stories of the guys disgruntled and the shooting of the psychiatrist. I mean, there's so many little, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, if something's going to break, we all know it is. It's just, we just don't know the exact time when it's going to happen. But it's pretty damn obvious that stuff's going to let go at some point. Bad.
Von, can you see the Azov guys be friends with Russia again? Can you see the Azov guys be friends with Russia again?
When you talk, it messed up.
What? Never mind, forget that. Let's move on.
No, I mean, right when you started to say their question, it went like, so I couldn't even.
Here, you dropped your packet, sir.
When we get back to production, going back to production, think about this. How many active production lines, T-series production lines are active right now in Russia? And how many production lines are there in the West altogether with each different series line? And how much can they pump out versus what can come out of Russia. I mean, people,
Miss,
you got to look at this
seriously,
shit
right?
because they got they just started again the T80 line or the T84 line or whatever, the mix of the two, whatever. They just started another operational line. Now they said that the Armada line was shut down, but how do we know that?
Meddy.
They got production lines going all the way out to the Urals. We have what? And do we have any resources to forge into armor? You know what I mean? We don't even have that shit. Yep, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I don't think the West want to really. If the West really see Ukraine as a serious problem, they can solve this issue before the end of the weekend. They have the resources to do so. They don't see Ukraine as a priority. That's why. If they see Ukraine as a serious priority, they really want to go for Russia, they can do some serious damage to Russia through by proxy of Ukraine. Don't doubt these people. I don't doubt them. You don't see it because they don't want to. But give them the reason to, and they will show you how far they can go.
But we're speaking about the nuclear power country. If Russia really want to get off of Ukraine, it's just one bomb and bye-bye. 10 minutes it takes.
Yeah, but that's like nuke themselves. You know where Ukraine is.
That's the problem. It's like on different open mics where they were busy shitting about when Israel nuke Palestine. Oh, what do you think is going to happen? You know, just going to nuke themselves. No, Russia is just playing the game at their tempo, at their pace, and you can argue about that for 10 hours. It don't make sense because Russia is just playing at their tempo. If they need to go fast, they will go fast. If they need to go slow, they will go slow. If they need to move, they're going to move. If they don't need to move, they don't going to move. That's how Russia is working for this last almost 2 years. That's
And
the thing.
this is what I'm wondering.
I
Is
think they'll go through a
Ukraine
general
going to go on
mobilization
the
after next year's
defensive?
election.
Ukraine in my head is done.
Guys.
So
I
here's
think
what I'm wondering. Let me ask a question. Quick question. Is Ukraine going to go on the defensive?
What can they do?
And Fab 500 bombs are raining on them. You can't go on a defensive with a country that has this kind of artillery. It's insane. I mean, you
can go
just be blown every single day.
Macchiadi, you can go on offensive with fuck all. Ukraine have nothing to attack. What are they gonna do? They have to defend. But
I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them.
Hold on, I've had my hand up. One thing I want to get to is that, we're talking about the production side of it, and Vaughn mentioned it earlier, PPP. That is what is the actual measurement that you need to go by. It's price product parity. The Russians can afford to go to war right now, whereas the U.S. and stuff, because of the cost of our military, we can't just, military weapon systems, we have to find all this money to build all this shit. So Russia's pumping out tanks because they can afford to. They can afford to have 4, 5, 6 different variant lines running at once. Can the United States? Can the West? No, unless the United States prints money to back it up, they can't do it. So there's the big thing there is that when we talk about GDP, when you're talking about war, it is PPP that matters. And this is why, because it's what you can afford to build and produce, to get out in the field as quickly as possible. And the United States just ain't got it. Russia has it all right there.
Let me say one thing about the United States, about the industrialization or the reindustrialization of the United States. All right. You people are underestimating the industrial capacity of the United States because you're only thinking about the United States. You got to think about Mexico. You understand? The reindustrialization is not necessarily happening in the United States. It's happening in Mexico. The move away from China is not just coming. I mean, maybe a little bit is coming into the U.S., but a lot of it is coming into Mexico. You understand what I'm saying? That it's not reshoring, it's friendshoring. And Mexico, as long as Mexico remains within the United States sphere of influence, which is unlikely to change, that's
Don't
just as good.
don't you guys want to attack Mexico?
How are they going to set up a tank production plant in Mexico?
Well, I'm not saying
when
tank.
the, when the,
I'm not. I'm talking about more broadly in terms of industrialization.
Right. Well,
in terms of
fair enough. Fair
Hey,
enough.
Meddy, wait,
Yeah.
wait. The best thing, if you're putting a tank production in Mexico and Trump is coming in power, he's going to tax the tanks to come into the United States. You're going to pay to have the tanks in my country. Huh?
You'd be paying an import tax for our own weapons.
The day he became president, so he was elected, you had, I think in that week, you had the news of Ford planning to build a factory in Mexico. And Trump said, good, do that.
Yeah.
You're going to tax your cars to get them inside of my country. And then they said, oh, no, maybe we're going to enlarge our factories in the United States,
Look, Trump's rhetoric, Trump's anti-Mexico rhetoric,
tanks in Mexico, and they will pay for it.
They'll pay for it. Yes.
Just make it
Trump's
more
rhetoric,
expensive.
Trump's anti-Mexico rhetoric was a feature of like the beginning of his campaign, of his presidency, but within a year or two, he really mellowed out on Mexico. And I think he realized, because I think it was in 2015 when Mexico overtook China as the United States' #1 trading partner. I think it was 2015. I could be wrong. But since then, they've only widened that gap, right? That's really where the story is. It's not that the U.S. is bringing the manufacturing back into the U.S., although that is happening to a degree. I do have a theory that a lot of these immigrants that are crossing the southern border are getting funneled into secret underground complexes in the middle of West Texas, where they build, artillery shells and and Beanie Babies and whatever else. Maybe not true, but I think it might be happening. But the point is that it's definitely happening in Mexico. Okay, the reshoring is definitely happening. The amount of trade between U.S. and Mexico is crazy. Go to Laredo, okay? Check out Laredo. That shit, man, you get some good Tex-Mex food. Okay?
Yeah, but it's a logical reason, because the production cost is so low in Mexico compared to the United States.
It's lower than China.
They say that I heard about
price
it.
of an
It's
hour of
fucking
labor
crazy.
is
Yeah.
lower than China.
It's
You see,
fucking
China's
crazy.
gotten very old. Yes.
But that is just something. It's just something.
You America, you need these illegal immigrants. You guys are very lazy, and these people do the job. Americans say, "Fuck off! I'm not gonna do that for $10 an hour." These people, they willing to do that for $5 an hour.
But
Meddy, you have a fan on the chat.
I want to actually add to something, to agree kind of with Meddy.
Name is Joffrey.
When it comes to production, and also add the fact that the companies that do this production in Russia are very different than the ones that do production in the United States. Meaning, like, people don't know this. So there was a joke, somebody was saying this is not a war between Russia and NATO, it's a war between NATO and Rostec, right? Because everything in Russia ends up being owned by Rostec. And the funny thing about it, if you go to the Rostec website, it says founder Vladimir Putin, So, but Rostec owns all these other little companies, like they do everything, even making fridges and tractors, man. They do everything. So them being owned by the state means that the profit they make, most of it will end up back to the state, as opposed to going to some CEO of Lockheed Martin and who's the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Defense in the United States. Yeah, those guys.
You don't have to pay shareholders. You don't have to pay dividends.
You don't have to pay all that. So more or less, they just ripped it off. But also, what that means is, when you tell us a tank is gonna cost $1 million, it actually is gonna cost $1 million. But if the company is owned by Lockheed Martin, they can tell it costs $9 million as opposed to $1 million. What are you gonna do about it? You can try and bid, but then those two companies, Lockheed Martin and Boeing, are working together to basically mess up with the prices. So that makes a big difference. That's why the Russian shells are so cheap. That's why their tanks are so cheap and all that. More or less because these companies work for the state of Russia itself.
What I wanted to get back to was Mexico, what was just mentioned, and I'd like to, partially agree with it. I think that one of the things that really stopped Trump in his tracks about his rhetoric was the realization of BRICS and Mexico actually having a conversation openly about joining BRICS. And I think that we see that made a lot of conservatives start pumping the brakes, especially Trump, because he may have to deal with Mexico. And I don't really think that people in DC they're so in fear of BRICS being on our border for some reason because of the influence, I believe. But I
If
think
Mexico
that's
joins
All
BRICS,
these,
we're gonna
all
nuke
these,
them.
all these hours, Meddy been here. As I mentioned BRICS, I'm surprised.
I think BRICS took a big hit with Argentina. This isn't something we haven't really mentioned, but Javier Milei, I mean, that guy, man, he loves America. And you know what he loves even more than America? You know what I'm about to say. He loves Israel.
NAZI.
And he loves Israel. He's converting to Israeli. I mean to Judaism.
We was Jews and shit. I'm an Irish Israelite, boys. We all Jews now.
No, he's an Argentinian Israelite, and he loves America, and he's gonna put Argentina on the dollar, and he's gonna remove himself from BRICS, and he's gonna take the Falklands back from Britain just for fun.
And the funny thing is, those things never last long.
Argentina was where all the Nazis went to go and hide. So
That's right.
that makes sense.
I mean, he could even use Trump's statement, make Argentina great again.
And guess what? It matched.
Yeah, that dude is an operation right there. That dude is an operation. Something ain't right.
Even
He's
my
got great
country,
hair.
even my country match, make Angola great again.
Look, if there's one thing that I'm going to ask Santa for on Christmas, is for Argentina to take Las Malvinas back from the perfidious British. Oh, that would make me so fucking happy. That's all I want for 2024.
Come on.
Fuck England, all right? The more territory they lose, the better. That's how I see it.
Hey, man.
All right.
Argentina needs to launch
you
a special military operation.
You guys always making fun of UK. It doesn't matter how shit the economy is in UK. It is 10 times worse in other European countries. Yes, trust me. Trust me.
Yeah,
the cost of living.
That's like being
the, cost of,
the best
cost
house
of
on the
living,
poor block, though.
The cost of living in UK is bad at the moment. But trust me, people still getting help from the government. I mean, proper help.
No, I don't know, man.
That's
Mr. Lambo is from Belgium.
This is something people in France is not getting.
Lambo is from Belgium, and not only
Oh,
can
he
he
knows.
afford
He
a
knows.
yellow
He's fat.
Lamborghini,
He's
he
fat.
can afford minions.
He knows his
as well.
country is fucked.
I think he's doing okay.
Yeah. Fantasies are great.
We are 4 hours. So I want to do closing because I got other work to do. So no choice. So Macchiari, you want to start?
Yes, I was actually about to dip. Yes, nice chat, guys. I really enjoyed the conversation, and the last thing I want to say is, I believe within the next few weeks we're gonna see a lot of changes on the ground. I've been monitoring this Ukrainian situation like in depth, like listening to the rhetoric and studying what everybody's saying, back and forth, and within a few weeks, there are going to be a lot of changes, mostly political, not military, mostly political. So, but hey, eventually it has to come to an end. Otherwise, it's going to be another North Korea and South Korea frozen kind of stuff. But anyways, guys, nice chat. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening.
Have a good one, man.
See you around, my
man. Take it easy, man. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Schizo, closing.
Yeah, it was a pleasure meeting everyone that I haven't already shitposted with on the forum. It's been good talks all around. Definitely like getting a lot of wide takes. And of course, as soon as Archimedes told me that there was a Paki officer on, like I know I have to compete with that mustache game. So I was already there.
That combat stash stops wars in its tracks. It's combat stash.
You got to have one, man. That's what I'm saying. Everyone's got to get one. But other than that, just to close with, I'm going to be on Tommy's podcast unless we end up in scheduling hell on the 4th with Archimedes here. We're going to be talking Indo-Pac spy games. Be there or be a fag. You know, that's
It's on
up to you.
Rumble.
It's on Rumble only.
So we can say fag on Rumble, unlike YouTube.
Can you put it in the Wyatt? Can you put that in the comment there? Link.
Tommy's podcast.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, I will drop the link, and also when when the link is going to be up or the video is up, let me know so that I can share it on the DPA's platform. The stream with Tommy.
Yeah, Wyatt also was on Tommy's podcast a couple times. It was really good
he's
show
my
to
buddy
look
now.
up if you check it out. Yeah, really good
Yeah.
shows if you guys are looking for something to listen to.
Okay, FCS.
Yeah, man. Yeah, with the Ukraine context, I think it's just another the West trying to run away and say, okay, this was one offer, this was their own instabilities. That's why we have to withdraw, because they can easily mute that whole nonsense if they want to. But in general, hey man, this the war in Ukraine, the war going on in Palestine, all these things. So I think it's just a distraction from the main players. We that let all that happen. We can always just change these things anytime we want to. But again, we're too scared to do so. Until then, survive.
So I dropped the link. So this Tommy's podcast. I have been on Tommy's podcast like 3 times. So yeah, we never talk serious stuff.
I tried to get you on to talk maps, and you guys just talk shop about creator shit, and I'm like, motherfucker.
Was closing.
Yeah, you know, it's nice open mic. You know, it was nice. Just want to say, you know, Senior, it looks like a good deal for the lounge. I hope he's gonna join the lounge there, and it's nice to see people talking about the relationship between India and Africa. You know, we are tired. In Africa, we are tired. Always it's like France is gonna do this, UK is gonna do that. German is gonna come back. For what? Yeah, it's nice to see India trying to do something. And I believe these people, I know they're gonna get advantage. But these people gonna help. Africa needs help. Africa needs partners. No fucking another boss. Now we need partners. And like China, like Russia, and India is like they're at home. If you go to that place in East Africa, especially out down south, southeast, you're gonna see a lot of Indians. A lot. I mean, when I mean a lot, I mean a lot. Some of these countries, like 3 or 5% of population, they are Indians. So means there's a lot of people. We're talking about millions. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Ross. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I expect the Russians to keep putting pressure on the Ukrainians. I mean, Avdiivka is obviously the hot spot. I think they'll start pushing them out of Robotny. I think over the next week or two, Kherson will probably pretty much wrap up as far as the Ukrainians being on that side of the river. And then, you know, maybe something happens around Kupiansk or Kremenai or Seversk or Bakhmut just because there's all this pressure. Or maybe something breaks loose in Kiev. I mean, there's just a lot of things that could happen. So I would just say, just keep your ear to the ground and listen. I mean, I'm sure something's going to happen. I mean, there's so many rumors and, you know, I mean, if you're paying attention, there's a lot of, I mean, you can just see how they're just 1,000 needles pointing at them right now. It's like, what's going to pop? So I figure anything can happen up until the end of the year. That's all I got. Like, share, and subscribe. As always, I love these panels. I love hanging out with everybody and shooting the shit. You know, new people come on, and then you can hang out in the open mic afterwards and shoot the shit some more.
Thank you, Vaughn. Toby came on just for the closing.
Yeah.
Spooked him.
to say thank you for everyone. It was an interesting panel. With regard to Ukraine, like, it's worth pondering the Israeli conflict just for a moment. Think of the hostility, the animosity between the Israelis in that region and the Muslim population in that region. I mean, this is a deep, ancient hostility, but it's not that ancient, right? Israel's not that old as a country. Ponder the hostility between the Polish and the Ukrainians, right? That's 3 times as old at least. You're talking about Orthodox versus Catholic. You're talking about all kinds of genocidal wars. I've said for a long time, any Westerner who wants to go over to that part of the world and get involved in a civil war between Slavs, they should be shot for stupidity. It's like, we have no business there, right? Like, those people have been going toe-to-toe over all kinds of things for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's worth pondering how much intelligence Russia has on the ground. Like, Vaughan and I have talked about this in other chats. Russia has an unprecedented ability to gather intelligence. They speak the same language. They've got, relatives everywhere. Russia is playing a very smart war. And I don't mean that Putin's clever. What I mean is they have a monumental intelligence advantage. Ukraine has got, it can't do anything without it being eavesdropped. It's right next door. This war ends when sufficient pressure from Russia causes the army to turn against the political commissars of Zelensky. That's the SBU. That could happen very quickly. All it would take is someone like Zaluzny to say, you know what, enough of your Gestapo nonsense. And there's a lot of precedents for this in history too, where, the army turns against the SS in Germany, or where the army calls a halt to proceedings. And I think that's what's going to happen. The army is going to turn on the pro-NATO politicians, and it will be over very, very quickly. Because the SBU are good at press ganging civilians and hounding people on social media, but they're not very good at fighting infantry soldiers who've been on a front line for 3 years. And, and we saw earlier this week, there were reports of a psychological officer, a lieutenant, who started calling her commanding officer a coward in front of his men, right? Now, she was a young lady. He shot her on the spot. That's a field court-martial for sowing mutiny. She thought she was playing politics. He was at war, right? And so that's how this is going to play out. And I think that, we need to give the Russians credit for what they're doing. They're not mounting massive offensives. They're playing a slow and steady game. And I think that their intelligence must be massive. I don't pretend to have any great insight, but I do understand that it must be massive. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. But thanks, guys. Thanks for the chat. It was good. And thanks, Wyatt, for the sit reps. I've really enjoyed them in the last few weeks. It's been really good. See you guys.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you for joining, Toby. Yeah, just to kind of build on that, actually, I think that people are going to get whiplash by how quickly the West, and specifically the United States media establishment in New York and Los Angeles, is going to pivot away from Ukraine and totally memory hole it. It's going to be extraordinary. I mean, it's going to be like a complete 180 all of a sudden. If you look at the media coverage about Ukraine before any of this happened, Ukraine was this, it's this ex-Soviet. I mean, they're basically Russians. They're so corrupt. At the end of the day, the Americans don't really give a fuck about the Ukrainians, okay? They're Soviets. They're not so different from Russians. At the end of the day, if you look at this from the perspective of an American neoconservative that was raised in the Cold War, this is just Russians killing little Russians and little Russians killing big Russians. This is a win-win for the American neoconservative. The media establishment is going to forget about Ukraine. They're just going to be Slavs that we don't care about. And the Slavs, they're going to look at us as though we're Nazis, because that's basically what we're doing with our dismissive attitude about the plights of those people. Because, we're going to basically see them as being this subhuman, separate people that we can just forget about. We can give all this weaponry and money to and make them kill themselves and then forget about them. And it's going to be a really shocking thing. And there's going to be a lot of NPCs out there, and I do use that word, NPC, non-player character. There's going to be a lot of these people that are going to completely just accept it, that are going to accept the programming and move on to the next thing and totally forget about Ukraine. But what I hope is that there are enough people that wake up, that notice the inconsistency of the mainstream media. Just like happened during coronavirus, I do think a lot of people noticed that the mainstream media was pushing COVID until the BLM riots happened. And all of a sudden, you can't get coronavirus from going to an outdoor event with 5,000 people shouting at you. And then 2 weeks later, they all ended and they went back to coronavirus. And I think that whiplash did wake a lot of people up to the games that the media plays. And I think that the episode of Whiplash that we're about to go through with the mass forgetting of Ukraine, I hope it'll wake up even more people. And then we're going to be in a different world. That's my closing.
Thank you, Archimedes. Mr. Lambo.
Yes, I am happy my laptop works. First test, and it's look. I just made a background also. I didn't know how to do that. It's pretty easy. I need to thank Steve the Sweeper to make that beautiful AI picture for me. And even if I am not on the screen, I'm still there. Look, I'm here. It's pretty cool. No, but no. I had great open mic. I didn't follow nothing, only the last hour, so I don't know what happened before. So I can't say if it was great or not. Did you talk about Israel? No, no need to. Oh, no.
And
So
don't.
yes, I'm going to do it. BBC. I just going to say, like big surprise. New York Times said that Israel knew about the naughty plans about Hamas since last year. Don't tell it to nobody. Oh, that's pretty, Wyatt. We need all to do. That's fucking cool. No, the Ukraine. Yeah, it's like I say every time. It's just waiting when that war is going to stop. When Ukrainians are going to say stop, white flag, and that's it. Because it's useless since day one. They are fighting to be killed. That's it. That's the only thing they are doing. So it's very sad every time we're watching the footages about people getting shot down, dying, and every war is like that. Same case for Palestine, Israel. But yeah, that's the only thing. The winter is coming. It's already cold here in Belgium. Cold for me is -2 degrees. It's cold. So no, it's going to be. If Russia is starting to push now, it's going to be a big butcher, a cold butcher for the Ukrainians. But need to know that meat is conserving very well in cold temperatures. So they're going to be more. It's disgusting what I'm saying. No, it's
Hey, long pork's delicious. Don't stop yourself. All right.
Yeah, that's true. No, it's just no. I'm still waiting about what's going to happen. If they're going to get F-16s, if they're going to get the Abrams tanks, if all this shit is going to happen, what are they going to pulling off? No, nothing going to happen. I just want to see that stopping. It's Avdiivka is going to fall down very soon. I hope is going to fall down, and then I think Russia is going to do something. I always was thinking that Russia was going to push this before the winter is going to start, doing something very big. I'm waiting for that one, and I hope finally somebody is going to say to the Ukrainians, "Stop! It's enough." That's the only thing I want to say. So yeah, thank you guys. Happy to see you back, and I'm happy that I could do my little laptop test today with you guys. So it's cool. Voila, bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Meddy, closing.
I want to thank everybody that was on the panel that I got to speak to. A lot of different viewpoints, but Toby, Archimedes, and them, they brought really good points that you must consider. So I know I get a little passionate about what I talk about, but understand I don't discount what these men say because they do back up what they say with logic and fact. I just don't I have my own set that I agree with, that make me disagree. But you know, I hope the DPA army grows. It was a great. I thought it was a great chat. I don't do prepared speeches, so if you haven't smashed the like button, you're an asshole. And if you don't do it after I said you're an asshole, you're a twat waffle. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay,
Thank you,
that's it.
Meddy, and thank you everyone for participating in today's chat. And yeah, bye guys.
Oh, I forgot to say something. Save the boobies. Save the
Hey,
boobies.
one more thing. One more thing. Slav Ukraine.
Slava Ukraini. and God bless the USA. Good night.
I'll wait for you, Sarah Ashton. I'll
God
wait
bless.
for you.
God bless Angola and the rest of the world.
And yeah. Yeah, and yeah, this is a super chat by Utis talking about 12 new heavy artillery brigades centered around the Tulip. Tulip is some very massive artillery system, so no, that's going to be fucking scary. And yeah, no, check out these are not gays. These are AI generated. Palestinians and Israeli, hugging happily. This is something that I hope can happen someday. But yeah, it looks like we are just getting further and further away. Looking at whatever there's a information war that I'm looking at. It's like, yeah, no, I think the hostility has returned again in Gaza. Israel has resumed its military operation, and more dead children and babies and whatever is coming out on Twitter, and is horrifying. And there's also some alleged claims of the reality of some of these hostages that came out also on Twitter that I saw, and the kind of PTSD by some of the children that they face, because children can't really deal with being a hostage, the kind of the things that they saw, the kind of life that they live, the lack of food, it creates the trauma that But of course, it's nothing compared to I think it's nothing compared to what the Palestinian children faces and experience in the heavy bombardment by Israeli. So there's no comparison, to be honest. I truly understand the claims. Thank you, Tamit, for the super chat. This is something that the people don't understand me. I see on Twitter and someone on DPA chat as well, on Telegram, and maybe in the comments in YouTube, people don't understand. No, I don't support Israel. No, I do not know where people get the kind of assumption that I support Israel. There's no way to support Israel. How to support Israel when Israel is just bombing people this way? I'm just simply saying that there is also no win for the Palestinians if they just chose the military route. How do you gonna win against Israel? Even the Arab countries are afraid of fighting Israel. It's the same thing that I talk about Ukraine and Russia. How can I expect Ukraine to win in a war against Russia? It's just inconceivable how Ukraine is going to win a war. What is a Talmud? Sorry. What is a Talmud? I actually don't know what is a Talmud. I saw this word before, but I don't know what is that. But yeah, I can denounce it, although I don't know what is it. So what is the Talmud? Can someone write in the comments? Yeah, so I just want to highlight some of these things, because I saw on Twitter people keep arguing with me. Even I post Ukrainian stuff, they're talking about no Palestinian shit. It's like, come on, man. It's like, no, I don't lose sleep. To be honest, I saw too much of this crazy, brutality of war and death and destruction throughout the past 1.5 years. I'm kind of numb into that sense. So I just continue to sleep and live my life, and so I'm just sharing stuff. So so life is, I mean, in terms of DPA, the main channel is currently in jail. I posted some videos. I look at the reach. That means how far the number of impressions. That means how much YouTube is pushing the video. Is quite bad. It is at most half of what DPA War is getting, despite DPA main channel actually have more subscribers. So that's the situation. So Talmud is written after Bible 3,000 pages. There are two Talmuds, but Babylonian Talmud and Palestinian Talmud. I have no idea what are all these things, man. Yes, I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm dead. Like, no, I can see the brutality, but I do not know what people expect me to react. Like, angry. Like, how many times can you be angry a single day? I see dead people every day. I see drones chasing after soldiers that they already given up. Like, I saw soldiers that are already hit by a grenade. They are dying, and then the drone double tap, triple tap. What? I saw this kind of thing. I saw literally more brutal stuff. By the Azov, by the Chechens or the Wagner. And then all these dead babies in Palestine. Why do you want me to react? I seen all these things so numb already. So I'm anti-war, but I know war sometimes is unavoidable. That's just how geopolitics is. So vote wisely. And yeah, so I also do let me know suggestions, especially do join the DPA forum on Telegram. Let me know. You can actually talk to me directly through there. I think that's a good place. There's an office, my office, in the DPA forum. You can just message me to give me suggestions what to do, because I know sometimes it's a bit hard. Then I report, if I do reports and then it doesn't get views, also it's a problem. But but if I don't report, then maybe you may not realize certain things that is happening. So do check it out, the channels, and do subscribe to the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube at DPA Open Mic. Do support. I think, I know things are very slow for me, but that's my life now. Okay, so and thank you for the super chats by and okay, I need to highlight this. Iranian Putin is very nice. He gave free memberships again, so that's actually very cool. I think that's a very good alternative to doing super chats, because it's also paying money like a super chat, but he actually give away memberships that I think that's quite cool. It's quite interesting. And also and thank you Udis Tamet for the super chats, and also Iranian Putin for another super chat. So today I have to end a bit earlier because I need to do work, non-DPA related work, so no choice. So and I want to eat lunch now. And enjoy your Sunday. I know it's Sunday for those. I think it's Sunday early morning for the Europeans. Saturday evening for the Americans, and Sunday morning and afternoon for the Asians. So enjoy your Sunday. And I have no life. Sunday I also have to work. Life sucks. So okay. So hopefully I will be able to do more. I really don't know how to do more. So I'll see how it goes. And and then I don't know what else to say now. Thank you everyone for watching and participating in the discussion, in the live chats, and also coming on to talk on screen, and also engaging with the speakers on screen and whatnot. I think this is a unique thing, and I'll see you guys in the next video, and hopefully I want to do some live like monologue with you guys, chit chat, Q&A and whatnot. I want to do all these things. Hopefully I'll get to that. And okay, I'm gonna drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye bye.